If you needed only one game to determine the impact of Shohei Ohtani, last night was the night. 8 dominant innings of pitching work that included 8 strikeouts. A homer, his 40th of the year to lead Major League Baseball and set a new franchise record for left-handed hitters. Last night was Shohei's night. This morning, the Angels look to finish off a 3-game road sweep in Detroit. Angels baseball is on the air this afternoon from Detroit, Michigan. It's the LA Angels and the Detroit Tigers. Back again with Jose Mota and Mark Gubas. I'm Matt Vasgersian. Good to have you with us. A great night for Ohtani and the Angels yesterday. Shohei homered in his first pitching assignment of the year back in April. He's done it in his most recent after yesterday's heroics. So on which side of the scorecard do you want to start breaking him down from last night?
Matt, I'm always going to lean towards the pitching side of him. He was dominant on the mound. I love the way he was grunting in that 6th, 7th, and 8th inning, bringing in that fastball 98, 99. But what he did last night, 90 pitches thrown, 69 strikes, no walks again for Shohei Ohtani in a dominant 8 innings. The longest for his career in the major leagues as far as length in a game at 8 innings, 8 punch-outs. Splitter was really, really good. One of the best splitters I've seen from him in a long, long time. Slider, cutter have been really good. And as the game progressed, you're seeing a better velocity on his fastball going forward. But what you love to see is, you know what? I need to get some help myself swinging the bat. A slider, 89 mile-an-hour slider hitting over 430 feet. Number 40 for the season for Shohei Ohtani. What a job he did swinging the bat late to provide that little added, providing power. And take a look at our StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud. The strikeout pitch last night, I really love the fact he ran that fastball 4-seamer upstairs, but his splitter below the strike zone, getting chases for a club that doesn't chase a lot, that was outstanding, and 8 strikeouts for Shohei Ohtani last night.
And continuing his assault on the all-time single-season franchise home run record, 7 away from tying Troy Gloss's mark. We'll talk about pitching when we return. In terms of this afternoon's assignment, Jose Mota joins us to break down the starting assignment for Game 3 of the series in Detroit. Angels looking for a 3-game road sweep.
I love the Boys and Girls Clubs because they help you believe that you can make it to the big leagues.
Big leagues of what? Law. Art? Construction? Baseball?
How'd you guess?
For 25 years, Major League Baseball has partnered with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America to help kids make it to the big leagues of anything.
Every time he steps up to the plate, goes into his windup, or runs one down.
He caught it! Oh, you won't see a better one than that!
He competes not only against the other team, but against the toughest adversary, himself. MLB Tonight, where the best outdo their best on MLB Network.
I'm Lorenzo Cain, and you can catch me robbing home runs on MLB Tonight.
I'm Bill Ripken, and you can catch me talking about those robbed home runs on MLB Tonight.
MLB Tonight, where baseball's best players are side by side with TV's best baseball analysts.
Mike Trout. People know he's one of the greatest players this game's ever seen.
Meet Mike Trout.
can run.
He's watching MLB Network.
He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
And he's also got tremendous show hair with his hat off.
The Angels and the Tigers play Game 3 of the series, last meeting between them for 2021 on what promises to be, again, an outburst of good pitching. Jose Mota with you again with Matt Vasgersian and Mark Gubiza. Well, Shohei Ohtani's performance last night is pretty much what the Angels have been doing in terms of trending from the starting pitchers. Shohei, 8 solid innings, but Joe Madden has allowed these guys to set another trend. They lead all of baseball with 185 innings pitched since the All-Star break. And just the longer leash for young players, young pitchers like Sandoval has allowed them to go out there and find that out, find that pitch. Jaime Barria back in the rotation, throwing harder, controlling better, and really dominating in certain facets of the game. Alex Cobb, the veteran, sets a trend on his toughness and ability to stop the big rally. And then there's the A's. There's Shohei Ohtani, as dominant as ever. Best performance last night. 8 innings that just dominated and carved through the Tigers lineup. So today is a return of Jose Quintana, originally in that rotation. First pitch right after this from Detroit.
Given us 2 terrific Land Rover above and beyond moments. Tuesday, Joe Adell's go-ahead slam, part of the 6-run 9th. First career grand slam for Joe, coming in just his 52nd game. That was the big takeaway on Tuesday. Last night, take your pick of Shohei Ohtani strikeouts. And how about this moment as well? His 40th homer of the year, continuing his assault on a franchise single-season record, number 40 to lead Major League Baseball. And Shohei is out there again today. Short turnaround, day game after night game, undeterred after double duty yesterday. Ohtani leading off for Joe Madden in the DH spot today. Let's check the rest of the Halo starting lineup this afternoon. After Ohtani, Fletcher, Gosselin, and Jared Walsh after a night off back out there today, batting 4th at first base. Justin Upton homered yesterday. 2-run shot puts him 2 RBI shy of 1,000 for his career. Joe Adell, Brandon Marsh, Max Stassi catches back-to-back games. And Jose Iglesias, a former Tiger, at shortstop, batting number 9. On the mound for Detroit to try to salvage one game in this 3-game series with the Angels. rookie right-hander Matt Manning.
Yeah, fastball is 91, 96. He'll throw a changeup, slider, and a curveball. My go-tos to have success against him and continue this great series in Detroit. Square up his mistake curveball. He's given up 2 home runs, a slugging .625 versus his curveball, and lift that four-seamer in the air, .451 slugging percentage versus his four-seamer.
Take a look at the defense behind him and some changes in the defensive look for A.J. Hinch's Tigers, including Daz Cameron being reactivated off the injured list. He starts in center field with Grossman and Reyes around him in the infield. Candelario, Zach Short playing short. We can't make that up. Willie Castro at second base. Jonathan Scope gets the nod at first as Miguel Cabrera will DH. And Dustin Garneau, who has been on and off the roster this year a couple of times, spent some time in Denver this year as well, is back with the team after being re-added to the roster catching this afternoon. So Jonathan Scope at first among the changes defensively for the Tigers today as they hope to turn things around at home this afternoon. Underway in Detroit, Matt Manning's first pitch to Shohei Ohtani misses upstairs. Major League Baseball's home run, total base, and slugging leader. Been a good series for Shohei, and that's an understatement. 1-1.
Looks like he slipped a little bit out of the batter's box when he was following through on his swing. It's still amazing he's leading off a game after going 8 innings on the mound, hit a home run, and it's a day game after a night game. This is phenomenal to see Shohei back in the lineup.
I think we're numb to it, right? He's done it so often this year. There's a drive out to center field. In right center is where Victor Reyes picks it up. It is bright and glary this afternoon in Detroit, and there's one gone to start the game.
Amazing how the crowd reacts to anything, even on the road that Shohei Ohtani hits. You hear the "oh" in the roar, thinking maybe he hit another home run, but that's fly ball right center.
So one gone to start the day for Manning. That'll bring up the second baseman David Fletcher, who doubled yesterday. Part of a 2-for-10 series for Fletch, who takes a look at strike one. Phil Gosselin waiting on deck with one away, and Fletch fouls that one off. It's 0-2 now.
Here's today's Sunday key for the game. Little Alice Cooper today. No more Mr. Nice Guy. You know what? It's time for the offense to really get on a roll and score a lot of runs for Jose Quintana and the pitching staff today. Just go out there and be aggressive and score a bunch of runs.
Alice Cooper's a Detroit guy, isn't he?
Yes.
I like how you're doing that. Kiss last night. Detroit themed musicians. Okay.
Yes. We went a little Eminem game 1 too. Got to keep it the Motor City.
Keep it regional.
Yes, the Motown.
0-2 the count to David Fletcher. Matt Manning, you'll recall, made his major league debut against the Angels just a couple of months ago at Angel Stadium. And Fletch has a base hit back up the middle.
It's 141st hit of the year for Fletch. Well, think about Matt Manning. He's got really good stuff. 4 quality pitches. Not a lot of swing and misses, though. So there's going to be contact made against him. That's why you have some opportunities in this game for Joe Madden to have guys on the move. If you're not a big swing and miss, not a big whiff guy, that's a great opportunity to have guys in motion.
There's Phil Gosselin now with 1 out, 1 on. Let's take a look at the repertoire of the 23-year-old right-hander.
You can see a 4-seam fastball, 43% sinker at 16, so quite a few fastballs. Changeup about 15, slider 14, curveball. So you really mix it up. That's our StatCast, 3D powered by Google Cloud.
The repertoire has broadened a little bit since the last time we saw him, when he was a 3-pitch mix back on June 17th. He was 4-seam curveball change, and that night making his major league debut. He finished better than he started, if you'll recall. Ended up going 5 innings, allowed 2 earned runs. The Angels beat him 7-5 that day, and among his trouble was establishing strike one. Something he's done a little better to open this game early on, and there's a foul pop for Scope. 2 gone. I think that's understandable, right? You got a guy making his major league debut. There were no doubt nerves involved with Matt's start in Anaheim 2 months ago. And of the 21 hitters he faced, only 11 of them got strike one.
Yeah, sometimes when you make that major league debut, you kind of give the hitters at the major league level too much credit. Or really, it's the same as what you would be pitching in the minor leagues. Same type of hitters. You just feel that you got to be too careful. And that's when you throw first pitch ball.
There's a first pitch ball to Jared Walsh, who's back in the lineup after a night off yesterday. Walsh was hitless 0 for 2 on Tuesday, but drew not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 walks in that 8-2 Angels win. See the numbers on Manning's first career appearance. And it's now 2 balls and no strikes to Walsh.
Now it's a great time for Walsh to sit on a fastball over 80% of the time. He will throw a 2-0 fastball, and it's been a while for Walsh to have an extra base hit. That's covering 40 plate appearances. So see if he can get a pitch and drive right now.
Yeah, it's been a long time since that last homer. Got to go back to July 7th against the Red Sox at home when he hit 2. And Manning throws him a wrinkle to get a swing and a miss. Justin Upton waits next. 2 out, a runner aboard. Underway in the top of the first inning today. The 23-year-old right-hander settling in. 2 balls and a strike to count to Walsh. There was his fastball. That's fouled back.
Well, that's right in his zone normally. He'd love that pitch back again. That same spot. Got to be a little shorter and quicker through the baseball in that one.
Angels opening play this afternoon back to 500. And they're sitting at 500 for the 24th time this year. It has been one step up, one step back often this season in terms of the overall one-loss record. And it's 3-2 now to Walsh. Apropos of nothing is the Angels approaching a franchise record for the number of times, the number of days they have been at 500. It was set in 2017. 25 occasions of a 500 record, and they're one shy of that this year. That's in play on the right side of the infield. Zach Short gets to it, and the Angels are retired in the top of the first.
Nerds. Oh, thanks. Let's go. I can.
No, I got it. Sweet unholy cobalt. Is Brad's card better than mine? Better sign-up bonus? Better travel perks? Is that how Brad took that trip to Barcelona? Wait, Barcelona? Barcelona?
Steve, I got it on NerdWallet.
Ah. You said all that out loud.
Want a better credit card? We've got you. From the best rates to the best rewards, for all your credit card questions, turn to the nerds.
When we started our company, we simply wanted better sheets. But along the way, we've realized that softer, safer, organic cotton does so much more for the planet and for humanity. It helps your home become a force for good, because home is more than just an address. Home is our soul. Boll & Branch, organic sheets, bath, and home. Right now, try for 30 nights risk-free and get free shipping at bollandbranch.com.
Once again, 4 switch hitters in the Tigers lineup and some changes, including Zach Short making a start, Willie Castro bumped up, and Daz Cameron, who you see in the middle of the lineup in center field, reactivated yesterday and making his first game appearance since a toe injury put him on the shelf in early July. And the Tigers are ready to go to work against Jose Quintana on the mound for the Angels. Veteran 32-year-old making his 23rd appearance and his 10th start of the season, his first since the end of May.
Yeah, his fastball has been pretty good of late, 90-95, although a curveball and changeup. My go-tos for Quintana to get bounced back and throw the ball like he can is ride that fastball to his upper third. He's got 44 strikeouts with his fastball there, and fade that arm side changeup after establishing the fastball. Fade that off the outside corner, especially against righties.
Grossman, Scope, and Candelario for the Tigers to start things out. Because of some of the personnel changes, the addition of Cameron and some other changes in the lineup, Miguel Cabrera DHing and batting in the cleanup spot today, as his pursuit of 500 career homers continues in earnest today, and Quintana's afternoon has started with a strike. Robbie Grossman was hitless yesterday, just 1 for 8 in a couple of games against the Angels in the series. A bouncer up the middle, caught off nicely by Fletcher for out number 1.
Still amazing how difficult it is as a second baseman, how many different spots in the infield you play as a second baseman now, whether it's short, right center field, behind the base at second, shortstop position. Really difficult for a second baseman to be comfortable because he's always moving all over the place.
We're almost getting back to the days, you know, when infielders were called infielders, right? I mean, you didn't even designate shortstop or second base back in the day, because that versatility, that component is so important today up the middle. Here's Scope now, who has displayed his versatility in the series, starting at first base today.
And he has that good power, especially versus fastball, so you always got to be ready to spot that at the right place. And yesterday, 326 versus fastball, 490 slugging versus a fastball.
3 for 9 in the series, struck out a couple of times yesterday. A little bouncer, Walsh smothers it, gets it to first base too late, and we'll see how that one scored. It an error likely to be hung on somebody, because the ball definitely beat Scope to the bag.
Just a little odd spin on it as Walsh gets to that, quickly gets up, bounces. And what had happened there is Quintana was trying to find the bag before he controlled the baseball in his glove. A little high throw. Right angle going to the base, unable to keep that in the glove, but everything was done well except for controlling the baseball. I'm thinking that's going to end up being an E1 on that one, even though it was a little bit of a high throw.
And you're right, E1. The error hung on Quintana, so Scope's aboard with 1 gone now for Jeimer Candelario, who is hitless in the series so far. And Quintana starts him with a first pitch breaking ball for a strike. Candelario digs in at 273, 9 homers. Guy who used to bring a catcher's glove to the ballpark early in his career with the Cubs. He'll play some outfield, third base, as he has in this series. And no swing on the appeal, the ball on a strike. Miguel Cabrera waiting on deck. A ball and 2 strikes.
Cabrera with pretty good numbers against Quintana, though. That's going to be a big one right here to see if he can get a ground ball, double play, let him lead off the next inning.
Remember Cabrera last night, and we both kind of scratched our heads over it a bit. Each of his last 3 plate appearances offered at the first pitch, and he really didn't make an impact last night as a result. Put the runner in motion, and Candelario hits the hole. That looked like almost an accidental hit and run, and here come the Tigers in business with runners at the corners.
Yeah, usually you don't put a hit and run on with a left-handed pitcher on the mound because it's difficult to get a good jump, but it was all about the read by Scope going comfortably, and now Cabrera's coming up with some traffic on the bases.
.499 career homers for the future Hall of Famer. Knocking at the door of membership of the 500 homer, 3,000 hit club. Runners at the corners with one away. And Quintana steals a first pitch strike with a fastball.
Yeah, that's the first time, like you talked about, Matt, he was aggressive on the first pitch often last night. He is definitely a double play candidate. 44% ground ball rate this year for Quintana. Love to get a ground ball now.
Folks on their feet as they have been throughout this homestand for Cabrera at bats. He's late on that one, and it's 0-2. Colombia-born left-hander against the Venezuela-born slugger. Kind of a strange hush in the crowd today, right? Yesterday there was noise for the Cabrera plate appearances.
Yeah, there's a little thinking, what are we expecting here? Especially now 0-2. But even from his walk up to the batter's box.
Base hit back up the middle, 1-0 Detroit. That was too fat a pitch on an 0-2 count.
Yeah, you have a hitter that's looking to try to hit a home run. So you got to try to expand the strike zone to get him to swing at a non-strike. You throw it down the middle, 0-2. Now there's 47 hits away from 3,000.
I mean, membership in each club is really impressive. When you talk about getting in there at the same time, and you know Cabrera has a chance to get to 3,000 hits and 500 homers this year, and entering both clubs in the same season is exceedingly rare. In fact, none of the 6 members of that club have done it. Closest was Eddie Murray. Took him about a year from 500 homers to get to 3,000 hits. And the first pitch to Daz Cameron bounces away. 390 feet on base. Candelario to third. Cabrera to second. And it's off to a wonky start in the bottom of the first inning today.
Yeah, it's going to end up being a pass ball. And that one is a cross-up, but you would think. He's looking breakable. He got a fastball right down the heart of the plate. Fortunately enough, he got the strike called. That's the most difficult one for a catcher. You can adjust if you're looking fastball to a breakable, but when you're looking breakable and you get a fastball, that's a tough one. Max. By the way, it's pretty cool to see Miguel Cabrera's family on hand. They've been for a while to wait for this historic moment if he gets the home run. But they've been there for a while. And an RBI single.
And 0-1 the count to Daz Cameron. Again, his first start, his first game activity since early July. And the toe injury cost him a big chunk of time. Several weeks on the injured list. And he's got an opportunity to put the home side ahead by 3 runs if he can cash in on a base hit here. Second and third, a run in with 1 gone. 2 balls and a strike.
Quite a few games in his career, Quintana versus the Tigers, being in the same division for a while. 6-5 with a 4.41 ERA against the Tigers for Jose Quintana.
Quintana's relief outings had been a little more encouraging than the returns as a starter earlier this year. And there's a chopper that's going to bring in a run. Cameron is retired. Credit him with the RBI, however. And it's 2-0 Tigers.
Well, this is a real odd inning. Really, there's an error on Quintana covering the bag. He had a pass ball that results in another run on an out. Really, there should be no runs. Really, just only, Candelaria got that hit, but it's a hit and run. There's a whole different scenario with no one on base.
There's the switch hitting second baseman Willie Castro now, whose homer yesterday was the lone run of the ball game against Shohei Ohtani. You're getting back to Quintana's relief outings, 13 of them, an ERA of 3.86, respectable, over 16 innings of work. Certainly not what he or the club had in mind when he came aboard as a free agent. What a play by Iglesias, preventing any further damage on a very hard hit baseball. 2 in the Tigers' half of the first. However, on to the second this afternoon in Motown. 2-0 Detroit.
Sometimes you want the adventure, but sometimes you want the shortcut. With Home Chef Fast and Fresh, all you need is a microwave or oven. And just enough time to heat, eat, and repeat. Who said food can't be fast and home-cooked? Probably someone who never tried Fast and Fresh. Effortlessly create home-cooked meals like a pro with no prep and no mess. Delicious, meat simple. Get $80 off your first month at homechef.com.
This is cellulose acetate, a plant-based material that's not only extremely durable, but also quite flexible, making it ideal for Warby Parker glasses, which, by the way, start at $95, including prescription lenses. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com. Oh yeah, about those prescription lenses. Warby Parker glasses come standard with custom-cut polycarbonate lenses that have been treated with scratch-resistant and anti-reflective coatings. Nice. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com.
Baseball with your group of 20 or more and get tickets for as low as $8 per seat. Call 888-796-HALO or visit angels.com/groups for more details. Road trip continues after this afternoon's game, off to Cleveland, and then on Sunday the Little League Classic against the Indians at historic Bowman Field in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. And then it's off to Baltimore. This is a long trip indeed as Justin Upton leads things off against Matt Manning. A 2-0 Tigers lead early.
Jay Upton's a couple RBIs away from 1,000 in his career. Hit a 2-run home run last night. 2 games in a row with a home run, which he started.
Justin Upton with a 2-run homer yesterday as an Angel against the Tigers. Kind of ironic. 5 years earlier, go back to 2016, it was a homer as a Tiger against the Angels. Become an Angel shortly thereafter.
Well, that baseball was crushed last night.
50 homers for both the Angels and Tigers in his career. And there's only one other player in baseball history that can claim that. You talked about him a little bit yesterday, Gooby, the great catcher Lance Parrish, 50 in both uniforms.
Big, strong man, just like Justin Upton. Tough little hop for Candelario over at third base, but still gathers himself. Strong throwing arm, but gets Upton at first.
One away to start the second for Joe Adell. See if Joe can pick out the fastball, as he was able to do on Tuesday to hit that grand slam. And we talked about the advice that he got from Mike Trout that led to that kind of selective batter's eye. Hunt the fastball was the message to Joe.
Yeah, sometimes when you get caught up in dealing with a pitcher's secondary pitch, that's when you miss your chance to crush a fastball. You have to be always ready to hit a fastball.
Slider that's fouled away. You know, it's interesting because Manning is very much in the infancy of his major league career, yet he's already reminding some people of a recent franchise great in one aspect, and that's in each of his 10 starts, Manning has been a guy that's thrown harder as the game progresses. And in his last start on the 12th at Baltimore, he reached a season high velocity of 98 miles an hour in his last inning of work in the 6th. His average fastball has ticked up since he began his career in June. And the Tigers are most pleased with the work he's done with his pitching coach, Chris Fetter, in that regard. And I want to run the quote past you, Gooby, because in the pitching fraternity, this sounded odd to me. A swing and a miss to Adell, and it's 2-2. The line is, they're looking for a more violent delivery from Matt Manning, which so often you hear it the other way around.
Yeah, and that is odd. My theory behind that is a lot of times we see a pitcher with a violent delivery, like a Max Scherzer, you don't pick the baseball up out of their hand. When you're smooth with your delivery, like Manning is, hitters get a chance to be comfortable in the batter's box, see the baseball out of his hand, and have a better chance to make good contact. I know that doesn't sound right, because that way you could stay healthy when you don't have that violent delivery. But when you're smooth all the way through your delivery, the hitter is comfortable in the batter's box and can see the ball out of the hand. That's why you're seeing a very low whiff percentages on all his pitches, which is surprising considering he's touching 98 now, and he's got a really good changeup, slider, and curveball.
Full count pitch to Adell's fouled away. Yeah, that's a really good point, and that popped at me as well, because in that last start, velo was great. He only struck out 2. He threw 83 pitches and only had 4 swings and misses.
And with this type of stuff, you would expect a lot more swing and misses against him. You're seeing a lot of foul balls against him already. But very rarely you hear, they want to say you want to be more violent in your delivery. Don't hear that often.
Joe Adell giving him a good long plate appearance here. This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Here it comes. Oh, Joe had a fastball that time. He fouls away.
I mean, even when you look at Justin Verlander, you were kind of referencing him earlier about picking up velocity in the game. He had, at the very end, that little violent part as far as delivery of the baseball, too. So hitters didn't really see the baseball real well out of his hand, for at least for a long period of time.
It's a great plate appearance by Joe as he draws a 10-pitch walk with 1 out in the 2nd. Let's go a little deeper on Matt Manning and bring in Jose Mota for more.
You're bringing up some great points, Matty. Consider minor league career. Look at the strikeouts, 446, Scooby, on 364. That's 11 Ks per 9. In the big leagues coming into today, only 4.6 Ks per 9. And then the opposing right-handed batters, that's why you want to be a little more violent. But I noticed, too, leadoff hitters have been an issue for him. But Matty Gooby, watch his front arm, and that's how they're starting to kind of go out there and make sure he's a little bit more violent by showing that arm first line.
There's a drive out to right field off the top of the wall, off the bat of Brandon Marsh. Jadell never broke stride. He's streaking toward the plate.
Wow.
He'll score without a throw. Into third is Marsh, and the Angels are on the board on a ball that just missed getting out of here.
Boy, Brandon's going to say, wait a minute now, it's twice now. I could have had a home run, my first of my career. I mean, Comerica Park has kept it in there at the top of the wall twice. The fan interfere with it the first time around. This is a breaking ball. He stayed back on it. What a good swing that was. Just off the top of that yellow at the wall. Oh, wait a minute now.
Did that clear it?
I'm thinking that might have cleared. That might be a home run. I think you got to check that one. That got back by the fence and behind that yellow line.
I think what they have to determine is if the ball hit the fence, that green fence, because I believe anything on top of the wall, even if it's past the yellow line that's back in play, is a non-homer.
Boy, he's been that close. Wow.
Max Stassi, meanwhile, digs in. Marsh settles with the triple. It was a discussion, not a review. All boundary calls are reviewable, by the way, without a challenge. But we play on here with Marsh at third. First career triple infield in for the Tigers. And Stassi bounces a ball to shortstop.
Wow,
that'll bring in a run.
Great read by Brandon Marsh on contact. How quick both those runners, Adele, Marsh, flying around the bases, tying the game up here. Ground ball out, productive out, results in a run. Boy, this is real close.
Yeah, I think they got it right myself. I don't think it hit the green railing on its way down.
But you wonder how that bounces back like that if it doesn't, though.
It's a good call, yeah. Here's Iglesias now.
Boy, but great base running there by Marsh, even by Joe Dell. I thought they might have had a play at the plate if they were able to control the throw in on the relay. But sometimes when you put pressure by running aggressively, you make mistakes.
And Iggy sends a fly ball out to right center. Cameron parked under it, and the Angels counterpunch immediately with two on just one hit in their half of the second.
Mr. Smoke.
You, go ahead.
Since signing with MLB Network, you've been very busy. You've done pitching demos, game analysis, and color commentary for live games. How are you able to juggle so many roles as an analyst?
It just comes naturally, I guess.
The analyst of MLB Tonight, answering baseball's toughest questions, only on MLB Network.
That's why he's a Hall of Famer.
This has been a good series for Brandon, but man, it could have been a really great series had it been for the matter of a couple of inches on 2 different plays. Tuesday night. And about 5 minutes ago.
I mean, that's over the yellow line, and it's the back part where the cement is, and there's a little metal behind that. I still think I'd be comfortable saying that's a home run. He ended up scoring anyhow, but for him, that would have been his first career home run. That close twice in this ballpark.
Bottom third of the order for the Tigers in their half of the second. Zach Short, Victor Reyes, and Dustin Garneau. What I don't understand is, as we mentioned last inning, Gooby, you don't have to have a challenge to look at that.
Yes.
Boundary calls are all reviewable. So I don't know why we didn't get another look at that in a review. Zach Short just touches off and hits that one a bunch. Got some pop. 6th of the season.
Boy, one thing you want to do after your offense responds right back, ties it up, is have a quick 1-2-3 inning. Tigers and Short say no. They jump right back. 9th home run allowed by Quintana this season. Fastball just a little bit too low in the inner half. Pretty good power for Short.
Tigers back out on top. It's 3-2 Detroit. Now Victor Reyes, the right fielder. Switch hitting outfielder, 1 for 3 yesterday. Talked about this last night. The Tigers don't hit a ton of homers. One by Castro last night. Short goes deep here a moment ago. That's 137 as a team. Only Texas and Kansas City have struck for fewer in the American League. And even with the outfield dimensions a little hitter friendlier here as compared to when this place was opened 20 years ago, there has not been a vintage of Tiger baseball that's been defined by the home run. You know, not even when they had those basher squads in here with Prince Fielder and company. That was really their MO in the Tiger Stadium days, but here it's been a pitching fueled success, and that's what they're trying to rebuild, as we discussed last night, with some of these young arms that they've put together.
Yeah, good starting rotation, some really good power arms out of their bullpen, young arms throughout their entire pitching staff.
And a swing and a miss. Reyes goes down on strikes. First punch out of the game for Quintana as we peel back some more layers on the Angels left-hander with Jose.
Yeah, Matty, more layers and more mystery. I mean, Gooby, how has he been so good out of the bullpen? And as a starter, he just cannot find it right now. But season high for pitches, 58 in relief. Hopefully he goes a little bit deeper here. Last 8 games in relief. Check this out. In 10 2/3 innings, 1 walk, 12 punch-outs. And over the season, 12 Ks per 9, 5 walks per 9. But as a reliever, 1.6 walks per 9 innings.
Coming out of the bullpen, sometimes you're just rearing back. You're not worried about setting up hitters, and you just go out in attack mode. I think that's what he has to have going in his game today, and it hasn't really worked out for him. He had a chance on an 0-2 pitch to Comerica, finish him off. That's that ball right in the middle part of the plate. You just got to go out there and believe in yourself and not try to set up every hitter along the route. Go out there and try to dominate with your stuff.
Hey, Matty, maybe he should be more violent in that delivery. Yeah? I mean, Gooby?
You know what? I'm feeling pretty good about that one. I wish somebody would have said that. You're okay being a violent delivery person. I'm like, because that's what I was.
Well, Dustin Garneau was Tiger property earlier this year. Then a stay in Denver. Comes back to the Tigers, so 2 stints with the organization in the same season. He's aboard on a broken bat single up the middle.
Remember, caught that no-hitter. Taylor Cole, Felix Pena, combined no-hitter. Dustin Garneau hits a changeup up the middle.
Chuckling as he gets into first base because he knew he hit that off the end of the bat. So first time through the order against Jose Quintana, and the Tigers go 5 for 9. And now it's Robbie Grossman with a man on, a run in, and 1 away. Grossman turns on a fastball and rips it into left field. First and second with 1 gone.
Aggressive swing early. The bullpen, which had been worked a lot of late, but Shohei Ohtani did a great job of giving that length and quality length last night at 8 innings pitched. Might see that bullpen getting up and moving early. It's another 92-mile-an-hour fastball, very similar to the spot where Short hit it out for a home run.
Conversation with Matt Wise gives us a chance to send you a quick word from Hyundai.
Head to your Hyundai dealer today, where new vehicles are arriving daily. Hey, it's your journey. Own it.
Aaron Slegers is up in the bullpen for the Angels. Quintana will try to pitch around traffic here for the second straight inning. Got touched up for 2 runs in the first. A homer here in the second, and then 2 singles with 1 away. And now a dangerous RBI man in Jonathan Schoop. The ball that Schoop hit in the first that was initially ruled an error on Quintana has been changed to a single. He offers it the first pitch, sends a flare out to center. It drops in front of Marsh, who has trouble finding the handle. Garneau stops at third, and the bases are loaded with 1 away. Three straight singles with 1 away, and the last 2 have come on the first pitch.
And most flares in the outfield are elevated pitches. That was an elevated fastball. All of a sudden, you have the game on the line here early after tying it up at 2. Bases loaded, down 3-2. Heart of the order for the Tigers now.
Bases loaded for Candelario, who's single in the first. Snapped an 0 for 8 in the series.
He's rolled into 7 double plays. Quintana's got 2 turned behind him. It's like Joe's not going to waste any time. Yeah,
I think that's it. Joe Maddon's seen enough. He's got Slegers hot. Miguel Cabrera on deck. And Jose Quintana will unfortunately go just an inning and a third this afternoon. An early pitching change for the Angels. Bases loaded with 1 away, and we'll be right back.
Mike Trout. People know he's one of the greatest players this game's ever seen.
Meet Mike Trout.
Can run.
He's watching MLB Network.
He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
And he's also got tremendous show hair with his hat off.
Bally Sports is brought to you by Hyundai. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now with summer-only savings on all models. Visit buyhyundai.com today. By Jack in the Box, try our new $3.50 spicy tiny tacos and our $4.50 loaded spicy tiny tacos, only at Jack in the Box, or get them delivered. And by your Southern California Cadillac dealers. Detroit pop culture ranging from the sublime and the great Stevie Wonder to the ridiculous RoboCop. Something for everybody.
Yes, RoboCop. So good.
Aaron Slegers is the new pitcher for the Angels, and he inherits quite a mess. The bases are loaded with a run in early, a 3-2 deficit. Jamer Candelario's the batter, and he's got Miguel Cabrera looming on deck.
Slegers a 59.6% ground ball rate. Could use a ground ball in an infielder right now.
And he catches a high strike to Jamer Candelario, who's been very good, by the way, with the bases loaded in his career. 11 for 31. That translates into a .355 batting average. He does not have a grand slam on the back of his baseball card, however. And let's hope that I just didn't shoot the clown on that one. Into right field. That's damage. Adele goes to get it. Garneau scores. Grossman's held at third. 4-2 Tigers. And the stage is now really set for Miguel Cabrera.
Here, number 24, Miguel
Miguel Cabrera with the bases loaded, a .379 hitter, 6 career slams. And I don't believe, and I'm saying this without fact checking, we're getting on that. I don't know that anybody's gotten his 500th with a slam.
I know Albert Pujols hit his 600th with a grand slam at the Big A, not the 500th.
Cabrera singled in a run against Quintana in the first. Part of a 2-for-7 series for him. There is like a hold your breath atmosphere for these Cabrera plate appearances that is so strange. Huge moment, and everybody is silent and still.
Yet standing.
Listen to how they quiet down pre-pitch.
It's almost like it was a tennis match.
Yeah. Yeah. Two balls and a strike. Two and two now. You know, interestingly, the Tigers have said regarding 500 when it happens that neither they nor Miguel Cabrera will be engaging in any cash brokering to get the ball back. Tigers are happy to set up a meet and greet. They can exchange perhaps other memorabilia, jerseys, caps, but the ball is not for sale. And that's a fair ball into the corner. It'll score 2 as Grossman comes around easily. Scope right behind him. It clears the bases as Candelario scores. Well, it wasn't homer number 500, but the Tigers and Miguel Cabrera more than satisfied with a 3-run double.
Getting closer and closer to 3,000 hits now for Cabrera. Now it is 46 away.
Wow, just fair, kicking up chalk. And the Cabrera family, who's in town and has been here for this pursuit. Again, it wasn't the homer they were looking for, but they'll take the 3 stakes and the hit. Here's Daz Cameron now. All Tigers early on, 7-2 Detroit, and that one hits them. And it's going to get perhaps a little rougher before it gets better. You know, for Miguel Cabrera, and again, future Hall of Famer, man. I mean, the guy's one of the greatest right-handed hitters ever to put on a uniform. Last couple of years have been rough. So the fact that he's approaching that milestone at the age of 38 is a reason to smile. He's had some injury trouble.
Yeah, Matt, you're exactly right. I mean, I remember earlier in the season, and we're all fans of Miguel Cabrera. Just love the way he plays the game. I was thinking, boy, it's going to be tough for him to get to even close to that 500 mark and get close to 3,000 hits. And all of a sudden, he started getting locked in again. And you can see he's swinging the bat well here tonight. Yeah, granted, he's still pressing a little bit, trying to hit a home run, which is the most difficult thing to do. That's 2 pretty good swings in a row. Base hit up the middle, and then one right down the third baseline for a double.
Well, there's a lot more meat left on the bone in terms of contract, too. I mean, he is under contract for the remainder of this season and then 2 more. He is signed through 2023 at a total of about $72 million. So for a guy that's in the midst of a season where he's watched career lows in on base, slugging, and of course OPS, it's nice to get that big milestone out of the way. We just hope it happens after the Angels get out of town this afternoon. 3-1.
What is trying to survive this inning to give the team a chance to come back. Plenty of game left in this one. Not allow any more damage done, though.
And the 3-1 to Castro fouled away. Willie Castro is the 9th Tiger to bat in the inning. Bouncer over the mound, and Iglesias wins the race to the bag, albeit barely.
Just barely able to beat play at second. And no challenge.
Daz Cameron reluctantly coming off the field. We'll look at it again. Yeah, he got him.
Who had the quicker slide? Iglesias had the quicker slide to second. Foot up in the air by Cameron allows Iglesias just to beat him, keeping his foot lower and getting the bag before Cameron did.
Zach Short opened the inning with the homer against Quintana, so the Tigers are sending their 10th batter to the plate here in the second inning. And they've got Cabrera at third, Castro at first with 2 gone. A 5-run bottom of the second. You know, we used to say 500 homers was the kind of penultimate benchmark to get into Cooperstown. There have been 5 players to get to 500 that are not Hall of Famers. And it's all essentially for the same reason, unfortunately. And regardless of where you stand on the quote-unquote PED era, there are 5 players that played during that time. And that's not to say there's any direct lines drawn between them and PEDs, but they played during that era. And they're 500 homer guys, and they're not Hall of Famers.
Well, you always think of that 500 home runs. You're thinking, you know what? That's an incredible amount. How difficult that is, and we're seeing that from Miguel Cabrera. When you're trying to hit a home run, it's hard to do. Yep, 500 plus of those, yes, that's Hall of Fame worthy.
Still 1-2 to Zach Short. Back to Sleggers, and the inning is finally over. Not before 5 Tiger runs on to just the third. It's 7-2 Detroit.
Welcome to the nerd life. Welcome to the nerd life.
It's all about the numbers on MLB Now, only on MLB Network.
Welcome to the nerd life.
Mike Trout. People know he's one of the greatest players this game's ever seen.
Meet Mike Trout.
Can run.
He's watching MLB Network.
He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
And he's also got tremendous show hair with his hat off.
I love the Boys and Girls Clubs because they help you believe that you can make it to the big leagues.
Big leagues of what? Law. Art? Construction? Baseball?
How'd you guess?
For 25 years, Major League Baseball has partnered with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America to help kids make it to the big leagues of anything.
On Shohei Ohtani. Most homers in a season with a player that's made at least 5 starts. And Shohei holds the record. Babe Ruth's 1919 was always the kind of gold medal standard for the 2 sides of the scorecard star. Not until this year when Shohei has reset the record book. He leads things off in the third. Matt Manning is buoyed by a lot of support today. A 5-run lead. And he'll get Ohtani, Fletcher, and Gosselin in the Angels half of the third.
Still going back to that performance last night on the mound for Shohei. Now has 100 innings pitched, 120 strikeouts, 8 wins, ERA 2.79. And yeah, he's leading off today. It's still just amazing what we're seeing.
One. Well, here's another way to look at it too, Gooby. So as a hitter in this series, he's reached base safely in 5 of his 11 plate appearances. Last night as a pitcher, he allowed only 6 of 28 batters to reach.
That's every day is something you just go, wow, that's just not real.
Over the shift into right field, and Ohtani's got a base hit to lead off the third.
95-mile-an-hour fastball. Well, he turns on it, lines it for a base hit. And you know what? You know what he's thinking. He's thinking he might take a shot at stealing the base. Even though you're down by 5, you got to fight your way back in it with a contact hitter like Fletcher.
I'm giving him the red light. I mean, I love the athleticism. I love the big totals and the numbers. But, man, at some point, preservation becomes a part of the story. And I'm not saying that you don't still try to tack on runs here. It's really early in the game, to your point. But, man, of all the things that could go wrong on a stolen base attempt.
Good point, Matt. Yep. I mean, especially after you just pitched last night where every part of your body's got to be sore.
Fletcher sends it back up the middle. What a nice play by Castro. And as he flips to short for the relay, Fletch beats it out. Boy, that was pretty up the middle. Fletch just runs too well to get doubled off there, but the Tigers did everything right.
And he hit that ball well. Quick flip to have a chance. It's the slight little bobble waiting for him to get there. Step on the base. Allowed on the throw, but Fletch just too quick, beats it out. Clearly beats it out.
Well, Shohei erased from the base pass, so we don't have to sweat out the stolen base attempt here.
Yes.
And here's Goslin with one out.
The old saying is with Shohei is always expect the unexpected with him. So you just never know if he was going to go there or not. And you're right.
Yeah.
The stolen base, especially when your legs have to be somewhat tired after driving towards the plate, grunting for 90 pitches last night in 8 innings. That's 8 times getting up and down, including getting ready down in the bullpen and in between innings.
Counts a ball and a strike to Phil Goslin. Little breaking balls in for a strike. Bottom of the zone, 1-2. One out, one on. Jared Walsh on deck. A ball and 2 strikes to count to the number 3 hitter, Phil Goslin. Into foul territory, but no play for Reyes. We like playing the what-if games on Ohtani's stat line, and we can project out a full season. If you project it out to a full 162, this is where he'll settle in. 53 homers, 116 driven in, over 90 extra base hits. Looks like an MVP to me.
Oh, yes, unanimous. 159 strikeouts.
And an elevated fastball gets Matt Manning's first strikeout of the day.
And that was a foul tip held on to by Garneau behind the plate. You can see the stuff is there for Manning, but the swing and misses, complete swing and misses, is not quite there yet. It'll get there. He's a young pitcher with a very good arm. When you have 4 quality pitches, you're able to pick up your 4th pitch during the season, you got a chance.
Walsh looking bunt and takes a strike. It's 0-1 to Jared. Grounded to shortstop earlier today. I still think getting back to Ohtani, and when we did those projections, we included the pitching numbers. It's a long shot, but you could legitimately dream about a Cy Young this year for Shohei, because the only ERAs lower than his, if you change the inning threshold to 100, would be Carlos Rodon and Lance Lynn. And I know Joe Madden was kind of pushing it after the game. There are 11 pitchers who have won both the Cy Young and MVP in the same year. The last one came a decade ago when Justin Verlander did it here in Detroit. In fact, the Tigers have had 3 guys claim that.
Yeah,
Denny McLain in '68, Guillermo Hernandez in '84, and then Verlander 10 years ago.
And you might see him win a Gold Glove as a pitcher and a Silver Slugger as a DH. That's a pretty good year, I think.
I mean, that just about covers all the awards. There's a base hit for Walsh. Like him slapping it past the shift on the vacated left side.
I mean, these are all things we could talk about, but they're all, the more you think about it, they're all a strong possibility. I mean, he's made some, you've seen a number of them too already, Matt, how great he is fielding his position as a pitcher, even apologizing when he makes a great play as a pitcher. And then, you know, Silver Slugger as a DH, I mean, that seems to be a lock.
Yeah. Here's Upton now with 2 on and 2 away. I think had it not been for the stories of players like Trey Mancini, you know, you could also make a case for comeback player of the year for Shohei.
Amazing what he has done.
Well, all the kind of gruff, curmudgeonly senior sports writers of the world, many of them based in the East Coast, we won't use any names, who kind of poo-pooed the greatness of Shohei Ohtani. Well, I wonder how that crow is tasting this year.
Yeah, I remember that early on, even back in 2018 in spring training. And Shohei's never been a guy that's had good spring trainings, whether in Japan or here in MLB baseball. And thinking, I don't know if this guy's ever going to be that type of player. Well, pretty much wrong on that assessment.
A couple of strikeouts for Matt Manning. He strands a pair. We've played just 2.5. It's 7-2 Detroit.
Behold the Tree Dasher by Allbirds, the planet's first proper running shoe, made from natural materials like, well, trees. Mile after mile after mile, the Tree Dasher keeps your feet going while reducing your carbon footprint. Break a sweat, not the planet. Allbirds.
Nerds! Have new money goals this year? NerdWallet can help make them happen. Like getting auto insurance to match your new 0-mile commute? We have tools for that. Want to refinance your mortgage and put those savings into the college fund? We have tips for that too. Or get a low-interest credit card for your long-awaited honeymoon? We can help you find the one. Credit card, that is. Discover and compare the smartest credit cards, mortgage lenders, and more on NerdWallet. For all your money questions, turn to the nerds.
Entertain guests with all-inclusive packages. Call 888-796-HALO or visit angels.com/suites. Bottom half of inning number 3. Back with Mark Gubazon, Jose Mota, Matt Vasgersian. Nice to have you with us early on Bally Sports today. Start of this one has not gone as well as the first 2 in the series did, that's for sure. A 5-run deficit staring at the Angels early on. Aaron Slegers in the bullpen early and giving up a base hit to start things in the home half of the 3rd. base hit and more as Victor Reyes is on his way into second with a slide.
Well, he can move. Joe Dell did a nice job of getting to that baseball and quickly throwing it into the infield, but Reyes was flying. He was thinking double all the way. Sinker down. He is quick. Just thinking, there was a chance to get right back in the game with Upton up. He had a chance with a 3-run home run. You're only down by 2. There's still plenty of game left here, but you got to make sure you put up some zeros out of the bullpen.
Here's Garneau now, singled and scored in the second inning. That was a sweet slide, man. It was almost like he was just on a greased track.
He is quick, even when he slides.
Yeah, it becomes clear who knows how to slide and who doesn't when you watch the practice executed on base. And guys that aren't used to being in scoring position, every once in a while you'll see those awkward kind of stop, drop, and roll fire drill slides. And then a guy like Reyes, what we just saw, which was smooth and clean.
Or Trey Turner, when he slid in the home plate the other day, just went flying through it as if he was sliding on ice.
I would have thought, yeah, that's a great description. I would have thought that was just computer enhanced. It didn't look like a normal baseball slide. He's different, that guy. Ball and 2 strikes to Garneau. Short trip to Cleveland coming up after the game in Detroit today.
Boy, you have to number those late night arrivals in New York that one day for the one game and then back to Detroit. So I think they'll welcome a little earlier arrival time.
Yeah, it's a reasonable travel day for sure. And then Sunday in Williamsport, Pennsylvania, a road day off in Baltimore on Monday. And then 3 with the Orioles to wrap up this long trip. It's a swing and a miss by Garneau, 1 gone. Well, we're only in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and this is already Robbie Grossman's 3rd plate appearance. He has grounded out and singled today. If the Angels are going to entertain thoughts of sweeping a series here, there's a throw down to third base and in time to get Reyes.
Boy, a quick throw. And right on the money.
Oh boy.
That hand.
Close play.
Might have been a little disconnect with the body, though. With a 6'10" pitcher, you think you're going to get a good jump.
I don't think Reyes could actually get his hand on the bag because Gosselin's foot was there.
Yep. Otherwise, it looked like he had a shot at it, but Gosselin going Bobby Grich-like at second, blocking the whole base, trying to get in there.
So there are 2 away, bases empty, and a 0-2 count now on Robbie Grossman.
Sixth base runner that Stassi has thrown out in 37 attempts.
And he's gotten his last 3 that have tried to run on him. Here's the 0-2. The changeup misses outside. So back to the deficit. If the Angels are going to come back today, that would allow them to do something they've only done twice in this ballpark, and that's sweep a series. But again, it's a tall order. Plenty of time, but down by 5 here in the 3rd.
Got the kids coming up next inning. Joe Adell, Brandon Marsh. One of these times, Brandon Marsh is going to get one over the wall, and it's going to count as a home run. Comerica Park. Maybe this next at bat.
Two balls and 2 strikes. The count to Robbie Grossman. Boy, a completely different story as to last night. Neither starter issued a walk. They were both working quickly. Not a lot of traffic on base. Today, deep counts. Dirty scorecard.
Quite a few foul balls, too, in the game. Not as many swing and misses that we saw in the game last night, but both pitches were excellent with great pace. Electric stuff. Skubal and Shohei Ohtani.
These games like last night's just don't come around very often for the Angels. To score 3 runs on the road and win. So they're now 4-24 on nights like that, when they score 3 or fewer on the road. In the first 20 games that the Angels scored 3 or fewer on the road this year, they were 0-20. Grossman muscles a base hit into right field. On his way to second, Adell's throw to the bag is not in time, but so close. Joe with a nice throw and made that much closer than we thought it would be.
Really liking this, how he gets himself in a very good throwing position, already turning the body around and getting a lot behind the throw. A lot of the plate against Grossman, and Joe Adell did a nice job getting to that baseball and quickly firing it into second. Grossman with good speed. That was a lot closer than I thought. That was real close.
I mean, he put that ball right on the bag.
There's a lot.
Grossman.
There's a lot to like what we're seeing from Joe Adell on the defensive side. This season has really improved a ton defensively.
Jonathan Schoop is 2 for his first 2. Eleven hits now for the Tigers today. Ball and a strike to count to Schoop. Not a lot of swing and miss either. The Tigers have only struck out once today, and this is a team that had the highest K rate in the American League at the start of the series. Schlegers jams him on the ground for Gosselin to retire the side. 2 doubles, but the Tigers are held off the scoreboard for the first time this afternoon.
52% of men between 40 and 70 experience erectile dysfunction, but many don't get treated. Now there's Roman, the digital health clinic for men. With Roman, you can get genuine ED medication prescribed by a healthcare professional from the comfort of home. If prescribed, you'll receive your medication with free 2-day shipping and discreet packaging. Start your free online visit today at GetRoman.com/TV.
It's not just because Boll & Branch organic cotton sheets are incredibly soft. They are. And it's not just that they're free from toxins and made by people who are paid and treated fairly. That's true too. It's because home is where the magic happens. And with better sheets made in safer ways, home makes the world a better place. Boll & Branch. Right now, try for 30 nights risk-free and get free shipping at bollandbranch.com.
for our Carl's Cam replay. Joe Adell going towards that 5-tool player we've heard a lot about. It's starting to get to that point now. The defense, the range out in left field, showing the power going. Grand slam 416 with the power, and then the arm to throw that last night in a big moment in that first inning. And then the elite speed going down the line too, beating out an infield hit going 30.3 feet per second. That's that perfect throw to get the out at second, and then that ground ball and how quick he was going down the line.
Adell taps that one to the right side of the infield, and he is retired to open things here in the fourth. Gone for Matt Manning. Gave up the 2 runs in the second. And Adell, as you just saw, was a part of that 2-run scoring rally.
The Express, Nolan Ryan. We heard that grunt last night for 3 straight innings, 6th, 7th, and 8th for Shohei Ohtani. Reminds you of Nolan Ryan when he was grunting throwing his fastball.
Here's Brandon Marsh, who just missed his first career homer in the second, settled with his first career triple. Drove in a run and later scored. See, that missed high.
It looked like it got a lot of the strike zone, middle of the plate.
Curveball misses downstairs, so now 2 balls and a strike to count to Marsh. What a nice piece of hitting. Again, I use that phrase that I just don't like for some reason, but it sure was that. Man, 2 strikes, other way.
You know what? I like that call right there, Matt. I mean, that's just a good swing. This is a really good swing. Getting more comfortable in the batter's box, showing some power, but still able to get this to go inside out and line it left field for a single. 2 hits in the game, triple and a single for Brandon Marsh.
It's turned into a nice series for Brandon. He's now 5 for 11, 3 extra base hits. And here's Stassi.
Remember, these are some good pitchers he's facing too. This is a very good core of young pitchers, both in the bullpen and starting for the Tigers. So it's good to see that from Brandon Marsh.
Casey Mize on Tuesday. Tarek Skubal really impressive last night. And a former first rounder in Matt Manning today. 0-2 the count to Stassi. We haven't really gotten into Manning's backstory in terms of his family. His dad, Rich, played in the NBA, 2nd-round pick by the Atlanta Hawks in 1993. 8 years of professional basketball, but when Matt was drafted 9th overall in 2016, his signing bonus officially out-earned his dad's entire basketball career.
So it was a good decision to play baseball. I'm guessing for him.
I think so.
Boy, Marsh could take a big lead. Wow, that's a big lead at first.
Still 0-2 to Max Stassi. See so many different other players in Brandon Marsh's game. He's got a little Johnny Damon in his game. And a called strike 3. Max thought that was wide.
borderline pitch with 2 strikes. Yeah, it's about a half a baseball off the corner, though. Although it's one of those pitches as a hitter, you got to try to at least foul off, because it's close enough. You're giving the umpire a chance to ring you up. 3 strikeouts now for Manning. Well,
you know,
real
you talked
close.
about the big lead, Gooby. He's long enough to get away with that, right? He doesn't have to scramble to get back to the bag. He just needs to fall and lean a little bit because he's so long.
Yeah, that is a big lead, and you're right. He can back and get to that back part of the base. It's a longer tag. For Scope, not really experienced as a first baseman. It's 80 games at first in his career. That's quick footwork for Manning. You can tell it's got some basketball in him. Moving around with the footwork. Quick move to first.
That one does stay wide. A ball and a strike to count to Jose Iglesias. Iggy 2 for 10 in the series. One of his old haunts. 2 balls and a strike now.
Well, you love to see him get on base and give Shohei Ohtani a chance to swing the bat with a couple runners on the bags.
I think this lead for the Tigers, it feels like it's bigger than it is. It's because they've had base runners aboard all afternoon. And there's really been nothing resembling a quick inning when the Tigers have been at the plate. Three balls and a strike to count to Iglesias. Marsh aboard, 2 away. Ohtani waiting on deck in a 5-run game.
Just like that.
And Iglesias takes ball 4.
Well, you see that deep breath by Manning, realizing, uh-oh, I had that walk now. I'm bringing up Ohtani with 2 on. Little sinker, about a baseball off the corner. Definitely a ball. Good take. Iglesias doesn't walk a whole lot, but a wise decision to work counts and get some traffic.
Time for the Home Depot getting more done with Ohtani digging in and 2 men aboard, 2 away here in the top of the 4th inning. 8 innings of work and a homer in the same game. 4 American League pitchers have done it since 1973, the first year of the DH. It hadn't been done since '06 when Chris Benson and John Garland had both done it. And I think what makes Shohei's accomplishment in that regard a little different is that it was the first time it had happened with the DH as an option in an American League park, that is. Two balls and no strikes.
Pitching him really careful. A couple fastballs well off the inside corner. And usually will throw a fastball again 2-0, but this might be one of those times he might try his changeup.
Two balls and no strikes to Ohtani. Well, whether it's a changeup, a breaking ball, a heater, Ohtani leads baseball in homers against all 3 of those various pitch types, or leads in the off-speed category, that is, among league leaders in fastballs. 13 of them have come against the breaking pitch. He's the only guy in the league with 7 or more on all 3 of those different pitch types.
Yeah, but that respect, a 3-0 changeup. You're up by 5, and you throw a 3-0 changeup to potentially load the bases, and that was out of the strike zone. Shohei a little aggressive, chased that one. I'm still glad he was swinging 3-0, though.
Three balls and a strike to Ohtani. Marsh and Iglesias aboard with 2 away. Full count.
Tripled up on changeups to Ohtani.
I wonder if Manning thinks he can just throw a non-competitive pitcher and get a chase. Ohtani strike zone, in Joe Madden's words, as organized as anybody's, and you got Fletcher waiting on deck. Yeah, that just got out of his hands. Weird. Slipped.
And that was another.
Trying to be a curveball?
No,
what was that?
That was another changeup. He went 4 straight changeups to Ohtani. I think he was comfortable trying to get Shohei to chase something out of the strike zone. If he walked him, he wasn't going to be overly concerned. But now all of a sudden, bases loaded with Fletcher up, Mr. Contact.
And that's why Chris Fetter is coming out to chat with him. So a single with 1 away, and then back-to-back 2-out walks. And the Angels have a great chance to cut into this sizable deficit here in the middle innings. It's the 4th time in the series that Ohtani's drawn a walk.
He now has 59 walks on the season. His career high back in 18 was 37.
I know Jonathan Scope is a multilingual player. He speaks Papiamento, some Spanish. I don't know how much Japanese is on the palate, but they seem to be getting along fabulously over there.
You know, Shohei speaks a number of languages himself. But you know what? It's the language of the wow. Shohei's at first base.
Right.
He's like, hey, you're really good.
Yeah, that's what they made emojis for.
Yes.
Players like Ohtani.
Yes.
Here's Fletch now. Bases are loaded with 2 gone. Oh, right where he likes it.
And that would have been fun to watch. That goes down the right field line.
Veteran left-hander Derek Holland is up in the bullpen for the Tigers. These are situations where Fletcher has excelled throughout his career. Checked. Yes. He is a .382 bases loaded hitter. .337 with runners in scoring position.
And he was able to hold up on that. Even all that momentum going forward still kept his hands back.
A ball and a strike. That's out to right field. Carrying for Reyes, however, to retire the side. In and out of trouble is Matt Manning in the 4th.
Every time he steps up to the plate, goes into his windup, or runs one down.
Oh, you won't see a better one than that.
He competes not only against the other team, but against the toughest adversary, himself. MLB Tonight, where the best outdo their best on MLB Network.
Mike Trout, people know he's one of the greatest players this game's ever seen.
Meet Mike Trout.
Can run.
He's watching MLB Network.
He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
And he's also got tremendous show hair with his hat off.
Oh, my goodness.
That one's going to be replayed hundreds of times. Big fly, Ohtani-san! What a play in left gives them what they came to see.
Comerica Park in Detroit, home of the Tigers. A big, spacious ballpark that is kind of dug into the earth. It's a classic bowl configuration. So much different than the old place. With the overhang in right field, the short porch. I mean, that is as industrial and 1930s America as it gets. Old Tiger Stadium. Man, was it fun watching baseball there. And hazardous to broadcast from that booth, as you guys recall.
Oh, yes. Also not too good if you give up a fly ball to right field with that overhang. Just saying.
Did that place get you a couple times?
Oh, not a couple times. How about many times? Even my good buddy, my ex-teammate, Kirk Gibson, hit 2 3-run home runs off me in the same game.
Both of them to right?
Yeah. And we were going to a hockey playoff game after the game because it was a day game. I said, he's looking at me and I'm smiling like, well, can you at least buy me some food after what I gave you during the course of the game? 6 RBIs, 2 home runs. He just grinned at me and laughed. He goes, okay.
2 balls and a strike to Jeimer Candelario, leading things off against Aaron Slegers. Last of the 4th, Candelario, Cabrera, and Cameron. That's well hit out to left center field. Marshall, watch it fly. Number 10 for Candelario.
Well, he's having himself a game 3 for 3. 2 singles and now a home run. Well, just like that, the momentum you're kind of feeling a little bit. Yeah, bases loaded. Fletch, who's so good with the bases loaded, runners in scoring position. You don't score and then right away a home run.
That's an out before they brought the fences in. Another opportunity for Miguel Cabrera, though without a homer. He has been very productive today. 2 for 2 with 4 runs batted in. Get me over slider starts him with a strike.
Thankfully, he wasn't swinging at the first pitch like he did last night, because that was right in his zone.
A ball and a strike. The most recent to pull off the rare Triple Crown back in 2012. And it was a close Triple Crown as well. Edged out Mike Trout for the batting title that year. 3 balls and a strike. .44 homers that year, 1 better than Curtis Granderson and Josh Hamilton, who finished with 43. Won the RBI total by 11. On the ground for Gosselin. And that's the first down of the inning.
This tells you how hard it is to hit a home run, especially when you're trying, because that was right in the middle of the plate. It was just out in front.
Dash Cameron now, first game activity since early July, activated off the IL yesterday. Toe injury costing him a multiple week stay. He has been hit by a pitch and driven in a run with a ground out today. You know, I was also thinking about Cabrera, not only in terms of the 500 homers, the 3,000 hits, and the Triple Crown, which we kind of got into a moment ago, but in terms of his back-to-back AL MVP campaigns. He's the last one to have done it in 2012 and 2013. This year, there will certainly not be a back-to-back AL MVP because Shohei Ohtani's going to win it. And, Jose Abreu, as good a season as he's having, kind of a distant thought in that vote. But Freddie Freeman has a chance in the National League to go back-to-back. I mean, Tatis is the chalk as Cameron strikes out. But Freeman is kind of got a puncher's chance. They're talking about Bryce Harper in the National League.
Yeah, I mean, Freddie Freeman hit for the cycle last night. This is the second time in his career he's done that. Yeah, he's really, I mean, when you look at Atlanta just a few weeks ago, you're thinking no chance. Now you look up, they're in first place. And reason why? Freddie Freeman.
Changeup misses to Willie Castro. Well, if it is Freeman in the National League, and again, Tatis is the favorite, the strong favorite. But if it's Freeman, it would be the first back-to-back MVP since Cabrera a decade ago. Ball and a strike, the count to Willie Castro. And that one's jerked into the right field corner, just foul. That's where the homer went for him yesterday. Man, when this guy drops the head on the bat,
yes,
from the left side, it is Pull City.
He showed him quick hands to be able to do that.
Ball and 2 strikes. It remains to Willie Castro. 2-2 now. This dude's a tough out. Finished 4th in AL Rookie of the Year voting last year.
He's got good hands. He allows the baseball to get a little bit deeper in there, and he's quick enough to beat out ground balls in the infield. That's good power the other way.
That one the other way. Upton watches it go. Man alive. More than just a dead pull hitter from the left side. An opposite field homer for Willie Castro, his second of the series.
9th home run. He has 5 triples to go along with 12 doubles. I mean, to stay on that baseball like that and hit it out to left field as a left-handed batter, that's impressive.
That is the 3rd home run of the afternoon for the Tigers. And the 2nd this inning against Aaron Sleggers. Zach Short has hit one today. This came against Jose Quintana in the bottom of the 2nd. Quite a pace we're on this afternoon. Ground ball for Goslin. That'll retire the side, but 2 solo homers by the Tigers has increased their lead in the middle innings, 9-2 Detroit.
Welcome to the Nerd Life. Welcome to the Nerd Life.
It's all about the numbers on MLB Now, only on MLB Network.
Welcome to the Nerd Life.
Mike Trout. People know he's one of the greatest players this game's ever seen.
Meet Mike Trout.
Can run.
He's watching MLB Network.
He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
And he's also got tremendous show hair with his hat off.
Oh, my goodness.
That one's going to be replayed hundreds of times. Big fly, Ohtani-san!
What a play in left.
Gives them what they came to see.
Will have Gosselin, Walsh, and Upton in a now 9-2 deficit to deal with. It has been all Tigers tonight, trying to get one back after dropping the first 2 games of the series to the Angels. Phil Gosselin had a couple of hits in the win yesterday, looking to extend a rather modest 4-game hitting streak this afternoon. And Matt Manning back to work. Limited schedule around Major League Baseball on this Thursday, travel day for much of the league. A couple of other day games in progress, including the Rays beating the Orioles 7-1 at the end of 5. And Baltimore, of course, the final destination for the Angels on this 10-game road trip.
How about Brandon Lowe, home run today? He has 29 home runs on the season for the Rays.
Guy's got a lot of pop.
Yep.
Not a big dude. Seattle has Chris Flexen on the mound in Arlington, and they're beating the Rangers 5-0.
Starting to turn it around, playing better baseball after the trade deadline came and went. And made some trades as far as pitchers. Bullpen arms.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Full count now. Another rough start for the Rangers. Spencer Howard in that one. Full count pitch home to Gosselin is fouled away. Oakland and the White Sox are tied 1 apiece. That's in the bottom of the 3rd on the south side of Chicago. And Kansas City has a 1-0 lead early at home against Houston. That's in the 3rd inning as well. 5 in progress this afternoon. And a called strike 3 taken by Gosselin. See the score of that Mariners-Rangers game on the Ballybug there. Let's kind of take you in there for a little insight as to how it became a 5-0 lead for Chris Flexen. Mitch Haniger, also a candidate for comeback player of the year, gets Spencer Howard with 2 on. And that made it 5-0, and that's where it stands early on in Arlington today.
What a season Mitch Haniger has had for Seattle. That's 27 home runs, 70 RBIs.
Jared Walsh is singled and grounded to shortstop today. Again, a limited schedule in baseball. Later on tonight, the Twins are in the Bronx to take on the Yankees. That's been Minnesota's own personal house of horrors for the better part of the last 15 years. Milwaukee's in St. Louis. Dodgers hosting the Mets. The Yankees certainly have reestablished some momentum in not only the American League wildcard, but within the division as well. And they'll be one of the opponents on the Angels' next homestand coming up in about a week and a half.
Yeah, they've been one of the best teams in the game since the All-Star break, and they've won a lot of close ones.
Walk issued to Walsh, and that'll bring up Justin Upton. Taking a look at the AL East, it's a 5-game advantage for Tampa. They really haven't given New York much of an opening. The team that's in trouble there seems to be the Red Sox. They've fallen on some hard times here after the All-Star break.
And they were playing such good baseball all the way up to that All-Star break. Now all of a sudden slowing down, and the other teams have picked it up.
No, it didn't touch my bat. It touched nothing, Quinn. Quinn, it didn't touch anything. Quinn, it didn't touch anything. It didn't touch anything. I hit his glove.
Wow.
I hit his fucking glove.
Justin is arguing the fact that that ball did not hit him. He's trying to make his case with the home plate umpire, Quinn Walker. We'll take a look at it again. The bat hit the glove.
Yeah, exactly.
Walcott is claiming that J.Up got hit by the pitch. Justin wants to swing the bat here.
He's saying it fouled off the bat instead of strike. That should be catcher's interference.
Yeah. Yeah, that replay makes it pretty clear.
Yeah, it's not one of those reviewable calls, but you can ask for help. You can see it hits the glove right here. Did not hit the bat. Yeah, he hit the glove. It was not a foul ball for sure.
It sounded like Walcott made a claim that that ball hit Justin. He was trying to put him aboard as a hit batsman.
I think he was thinking it was going to be a strike against him. That's why he was so upset about it, but it clearly hit the glove. That should be catcher's interference.
Yeah, it's a tough one to miss. Again, it all looks so much easier when we see the replays. We understand that, but boy, it was pretty clear. There's nothing subtle about that one.
And if you get some help, this is your best chance. That's all Joe wants, is some help from an umpire in the field if they see that. I think I keep hearing catcher's interference. Can you challenge that? But yeah, they're going to look at it.
They will look at it, and I think that it's going to be a pretty quick little trip under the hood, if you will. Crew Chief Hunter Wendelstedt, along with Quinn Walcott, will take a look at this. They'll take a look at it in New York City once again. And they're looking at it on the video screen here. And at some point, Quinn Walcott has to understand that he didn't see it.
And it's a tough one, too, because you hear something as a home plate umpire, and you're thinking he did foul it. I wonder if it's going to be determined if it was a foul ball or not. I didn't think you could review that as far as a catcher's interference, but that definitely was the case, and he will get first. It'll be an E2.
Yeah, now you get the obligatory, hey, explain to me what just happened here, because that call went against us. There's nothing to counter here, AJ. It was catcher's interference, dude. We saw it. It's all good. Todo bien. Neutral corners. All right, so it's catcher's interference that puts Upton aboard E2, as Gooby mentioned. There's definitely something else going on here between Hunter Wendelstedt and A.J. Hinch, because this can't possibly be fallout from the correct call that was just confirmed with a review. A.J.'s going to get run here.
Well, this is an angry play here for just a catcher's interference on both sides here.
It was catcher's interference, and your side is up by 7 runs. I don't know what's going on. There's something else going on between these two guys. Something that we are not privy to, and I think A.J. has been ejected from the game. He gone, as Hawk Harrelson might be saying.
Yes, he is.
That's the first time he's been run from a game this year.
And what an odd one to be thrown out from.
Yeah. Well, first and second for the Angels, and a chance for Joe Adell. And meanwhile, Matt Manning has been standing around idled for a while. Maybe a chance for Joe to jump him here. He was thinking that way.
Yes, that's a great call, Matt. You have to think that way, because you're kind of frustrated thinking, what just happened there? And it took forever to make the decision. There was catcher's interference, and that's a slider right down the heart of the plate.
A.J. Hinch has been ejected. I didn't see him hand off any lineup cards to George Lombard, the bench coach. George has a pretty good handle on things. 0-2 the count to Adell. A 1-out walk, a catcher's interference ruling, a controversial one at that, and an 0-2 count to Joe Adell.
Well, Anderson has had some traffic himself, Matt. When you look at every inning, really, there's been some base runners against him. There's now 4 walks in the game to go along with 5 hits allowed. So Manning's not
fastball.
Yeah, Manning's not locked in necessarily.
Yeah. Well, in addition to the layoff there, when all the arguing was taking place in the review, he is nearly 100 pitches into his day, so he's got to be close to a ceiling at this point anyway. I mean, this is a big workload for him. In fact, a career high is on pitch number 95, 96 that is. He gets a pop out from Adell, so there are 2 gone.
Oh, I was going to say they're going to try to give him a chance to get a W. They're not.
That's unbelievable.
And you can see the frustration by Matt Manning.
They're going to go get him for Derek Holland. He was an out away from being the pitcher of record. But, you know, then again, the analytics people don't care about wins anyway. We just told on ourselves again, Gooby. 2 grumpy old guys up in the balcony on the Muppet Show.
Behold, the Tree Dasher by Allbirds. The planet's first proper running shoe, made from natural materials like, well, trees. Mile after mile after mile, the Tree Dasher keeps your feet going while reducing your carbon footprint. Break a sweat, not the planet. Allbirds.
Nerds! Have new money goals? NerdWallet can help you find the credit card to make them happen. Want to earn enough points for a weekend of fancy camping? We have options for that. Maybe have a better credit card than your older sister. We have comparison tools for that. Or find a card that lets you donate your cash back to food banks. We have tips for that too. From low rates to the best rewards, easily discover and compare the smartest credit cards. For all your money questions, turn to the nerds.
In the midst of what's been a very good afternoon for him, and as we talked about earlier, it's been a good series for Brandon. He's 5 for 11, but what could have been with a couple of inches either way. On Tuesday, looking for his first career homer, missed it by that much. And then earlier this afternoon, his first plate appearance, gets a hold of Matt Manning, and that one just missed getting out of here. He settles with his first career triple instead.
2 for 2 day, a chance to do some damage here with some traffic again.
The new pitcher for Detroit is veteran left-hander Derek Holland, who after his dominant years as a Ranger has kicked around between the Pirates, the Giants, has landed in the bullpen here in Detroit. "34-year-old called on for a lefty on lefty battle, and it's a ball and a strike."
Fastball 90-96, curveball, slider, changeup. Well, he had a great run in one of the World Series appearances for the Rangers that long ago, Derek Holland.
Ball and 2 strikes to Brandon Marsh. Ticking off all the firsts in Brandon's career. He's still looking for his first career extra base hit against a lefty. This is his 31st plate appearance against a left-handed pitcher. Just fouled that away to stay alive.
He might have to go that same exact approach, hit the ball to the left side, especially against Holland staying away against him. Spins a breaking ball just towards the end of off the outside corner, fouled it off, stayed alive, and in the at bat.
And Holland gets him. Just a series of tough sliders for a rookie left-handed hitter. And 2 are left stranded in the Halos' 5th. Middle of the afternoon. Believe it or not, 9-2 Tigers.
Nerds! Have new money goals? NerdWallet can help you find the mortgage lender to make them happen. Like getting a low rate on a downtown loft? We can help find the right lender. Or move out of the city since you're virtual now? We can find you loans for that. Want to refinance your home, free up cash, and redo your kitchen/home office? Yup, we've got tips for that too. Whether you refi or buy, easily discover and compare the smartest mortgage lenders. For all your money questions, turn to the nerds.
A lot can happen with a simple tell your story. Get people excited. To get connected, to share, and sell anywhere, and start making a different future. Start different at GoDaddy.com.
off of inning number 5. Victor Reyes will lead things off. In the 3rd inning, he doubled and finished with a great slide. Sweep the leg, sweep the leg. Poetry in motion. Kind of reminded us of this from just a couple of weeks ago. Trey Turner.
That doesn't look real. The slide and this, I'm walk back to the dugout.
That really happened. Sliding clinic. Here's Reyes to lead off the 5th. A 9-2 Tigers lead. We've seen a little bit of everything in this one. A managerial ejection. A handful of Tigers homers. It's a ball and 2 strikes on Reyes.
Already 50 or 60 pitches now for Sleggers in his relief appearance.
A jam shot. Fly ball that'll carry for Marsh. And that's 1 away here in the 5th. It's only the 2nd time today that the Angels have retired the Tigers' leadoff hitter. So 1 gone for Dustin Garneau, who has singled, scored, and struck out today. You know, the way this game is going, and with these long innings that the Tigers have hit in, Miguel Cabrera is for sure going to have 5 chances at number 500. And who knows, this could turn into the kind of an afternoon where he gets 6 at-bats.
And you know he'd love to do it today if he gets an opportunity with all the fans there. A lot of fans for an afternoon game.
Good play by Phil Gosselin to his left, and that's 2 gone. Aaron Sleggers is looking for what would be the first 1, 2, 3 inning by an Angels pitcher today. Robbie Grossman has singled and doubled. He was 1 for 8 in the first 2 games of the series, but is picking things up here in the afternoon affair. Guy who, as we talked about last night, had been a notorious thorn in the Angels' side in various uniforms. The Astros, the Twins, a couple of good years in Oakland. Sleggers is not getting that high strike called so far today.
And Grossman, he is literally right on top of the plate, daring you to throw a fastball inside against him. Usually when you see a batter on top of the plate, he wants a fastball because he can open up the hips.
And that's a foul ball. You think A.J. Hinch is showered? Is it a wrap? Because they're flying to Toronto after this one today. Is he sitting there in his uniform like Jim Leland would, or is he's already showered?
He's sitting in the uniform. He's trying to explain to Matt Manning, you know, we took you out with 2 outs in the 5th inning because we want to make sure you keep you healthy and have a long, productive, successful career as a starter. And Manning's going, but I was 1 out away from a win, and I'm up by 7. Just thinking. Just thinking along with Matt Manning on that one.
2-1 to Grossman. By the way, did you ever have the privilege of being in a clubhouse, whether it was the Rockies, the Marlins, the Tigers, with a Jim Leland managed team, to spend time with him in his office?
No. That would have been interesting. I know that.
Well, the secondhand smoke that you'd endure, first of all, was beyond compare. I mean, it was, you walked into his office and you were licking an ashtray the moment you set foot in there. And Jimmy would usually be in there wearing sliding shorts and a pair of spikes in repose, with his hands behind his head, waxing philosophic on the day's events around the game. It is one of those baseball experiences that I'll always treasure. Even though I did smoke about 6 packs of cigarettes every time I did that unwittingly.
Yeah, he'd love to talk baseball. It's like being around Gene Malk was the same way. If you ever got a chance to do that, he used to be the same thing. He would be at a ballpark. Say you have a 7:30 game, he'd be there by 12, sitting out on the field, catching some sun every day, and he'd be waiting for his, his pitchers would go there early to work out. As you're running by him, he would stop you. Hey, what do you think you're going to try to do this next time around when you're out there on the mound? And then you have a long conversation and you go back to running again. So I always love those conversations because they always gave you some nugget at some point where you're going to go, you know what? I'm going to use that to my benefit.
Yeah, that's right. So I know Joe Madden values that time with figures like that as well. Saw Grossman take second base without a throw down. 0-1 the count to Jonathan Schoop. Joe today managing in career game number 2,504, which puts him 4th on the active games managed list. 2 balls and a strike.
It's almost we could walk to second base, the lead he got.
Matt Wise goes out to chat with Sluggers. I mean, I got to imagine, look, they've gotten a lot out of Aaron here today. If he can finish up this inning, that'll be, what, 3 2/3?
73 pitches. And we mentioned before the game yesterday, Shohei was so fantastic on 8 innings. The bullpen has been used quite a bit. A lot of high stress situations too, where they've been very successful.
2 balls and a strike to Schoop. Conversation with Matt Wise, maybe just helping him smell the finish line here. He's getting close to a career high pitch count in this relief stint. 3-1, and it's a full count now.
Yeah, usually you think with sinker ball pitchers, it's not a bad thing when you feel a little tired, you're going to have better sink. There's a lot of pitches thrown.
So Andrew Wantz up in the bullpen. He would be next. Here's the 3-2 home. Schoop lines it past the diving Gosselin. That's going to score Grossman, and it's a 10-2 Tigers lead.
This one right down the heart. Schoop doesn't miss fastballs all that much, and he hits that right by Gosselin at third.
Third hit of the game for Jonathan Schoop. It's just a 2-out walk and then an advance, and Grossman scores when it looked like Slegers was going to get out of the inning in order, and that's going to be it. We're going to have a pitching change right here. So it'll be Andrew Wantz with a run in, a man on, and 2 away in the 5th. Second pitching change of the afternoon for the Angels, and we'll be right back.
A lot can happen with a simple tell your story. Get people excited. To get connected, to share, and sell anywhere, and start making a different future. Start different at GoDaddy.com.
Jim. Hey, Jim. You were known for your work ethic during your playing days. Now that you're an analyst at MLB Network, do you find that your days are easier?
Yo, Big Jim, you ready to do that hitting demo? Let's go, man. Hey, Jim, here's a research packet for tonight's show. I'll see you on the set in 5.
Jim, why aren't you dressed? We're on in 2 minutes.
Maybe a little bit easier.
The analyst of MLB Tonight, answering baseball's toughest questions on MLB Network.
Your own error-free fan experience. Fill out your MLB Oops bracket at MLB.com/bracket for your chance to win. Restrictions apply. See official rules for more details. Well, right-hander Andrew Wantz will look for the final out here in the 5th and perhaps a lot more. We are still in the middle innings of this game, in a now 8-run deficit situation. Wantz made his major league debut back on July 4th. Swing duty in AAA Salt Lake this year. 12 games, 5 of them starts. Really good numbers. A sub-2 ERA and over 30 innings of work.
And he will throw a 4-seam fastball. 91-95. Will throw a cutter, slider, and a changeup.
Jeimer Candelario's had a very big afternoon. 3 for 3 with a homer and 2 runs batted in. And he's got scope and scoring position with 2 away. Oh, and 1 the count to Candelario. Jeimer Candelario, by the way, is that rare player, Gooby, that has a World Series ring without ever playing in the postseason. He had some plate appearances, some days on the active roster with the 2016 Chicago Cubs. And as such, he got a World Series ring that year.
That's something you'll always cherish no matter what. Well, this part of the lineup has been very productive for the Tigers. 5 of 6 between Candelario and Cabrera. And they've gotten quite a few at bats already. We're in the 5th inning. 4th at bat for the number 3 hitter in the lineup.
Chopper, and Iglesias wraps things up. So Cabrera's next bid for 500 will have to wait. He was on deck. 1 more here in the inning for the Tigers, and at the end of 5, it's a 10-2 Detroit lead.
Mike Trout, people know he's one of the greatest players this game's ever seen.
Meet Mike Trout.
Can run.
He's watching MLB Network.
He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
And he's also got tremendous show hair with his hat off.
Every time he steps up to the plate, goes into his windup, or runs one down.
Oh, you won't see a better one than that.
He competes not only against the other team, but against the toughest adversary, himself. MLB Tonight, where the best outdo their best on MLB Network.
A 10-2 Detroit lead, top of the 6th inning. And the Angels have the 8-9, the top of the order hitters, Stassi, Iglesias, and Ohtani. And a base hit for Max to lead off the inning.
It's got to feel good for Max Stassi. It's been a while where you got back and had a good, comfortable swing on that one.
Ends in 0 for 13 for Max. So he's aboard for Jose Iglesias, who has walked and flied to center today.
That walk, his last at bat was his 16th walk of the season.
And Iggy lines it right to Willie Castro. One out, one on for Shohei Ohtani. A walk and a single for Shohei today. Part of a 3-for-9 series. The homer yesterday, number 40. And Holland starts him with a fastball for a strike. Shohei's first 9 games this month got off to a 2-for-23 start. And you heard the kind of predictable moaning about the home run derby and the toll on the body. He beats that out. Another infield knock for Ohtani.
Oh, once that got by Holland and Scopes got to go get it, it was like, no chance. "40 home runs, but how many now infield hits for Shohei? Incredible.
It's more than a half dozen.
Oh, he's got 4 bunt hits.
4 bunt hits, 14 infield singles now, including the bunt, Scooby.
And by the way, he's 8-1, 279. I just love to say that every time. This has to be added in.
Ian Stassi aboard for David Fletcher, and once again we don't have to sweat the stolen base component here because it's very unlikely both of these guys are running. Stassi in front of Shohei. But just to circle back to it, because we were talking stolen bases last time Ohtani was aboard. This is game number 123. Ohtani's got 18 bags and he leads the league in homers. There's only one player in Major League history to lead the league in homers, reach 40 with 15 stolen bases in fewer games than what Shohei's done. There's a base hit for Fletch. That'll load him here in the 6th.
Now that's Fletch. Going the right center, second hit, 142 now. Who was that guy? I got to know that one, man. I don't know that one about the 40 home runs.
I was going to ask you for a guess.
A guess. Well, I know a 40-40 guy, but that was over a longer stretch of the season.
Same vintage, modern history.
Gary Sheffield?
It's a great guess. Griffey. In 98. It's going to be all for Derek Holland. Very quick relief appearance for him. Gone in 2/3 of an inning. And we're going to have another Tigers pitching change. Interim manager George Lombard taking nothing for granted in an 8-run lead.
I love the Boys and Girls Clubs because they help you believe that you can make it to the big leagues.
Big leagues of what? Law. Art. Construction. Baseball.
How'd you guess?
For 25 years, Major League Baseball has partnered with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America to help kids make it to the big leagues of anything.
From the T-Mobile coverage cam in Detroit, Comerica Park. Big numbers here on this homestand for the Tigers. Folks hoping to catch a glimpse of history. Miguel Cabrera sitting on 499 career homers. He'll lead off when this game gets to the bottom of the 6th inning. But a pitching change has slowed things down here as Joe Jimenez is summoned, taking over for Derek Holland with the bases loaded. And a first pitch slider to Phil Gosselin has Phil 0-1. Joe Jimenez was an all-star back in 2018. 40 appearances this year, and not having the same kind of success this season that he enjoyed back in 18.
And
0-2.
Still good fastball. 92-97. First pitch, you saw a slider and a changeup. Might see a slider now.
Jared Walsh on deck with only one away. Our conversation circles back to violent deliveries. I mean, there's nothing subtle about Joe Jimenez. He comes right at you. Big guy. Listed at 6'3", 277. Spiked that one.
And they have some arms in their bullpen. A lot of them upper 90s, touch 100. And there's a lot of moving parts going your way as a hitter, trying to track the baseball out of Jimenez's hand, especially when you're dealing with upper 90s with a nasty slider.
Gosselin behind the ball and 2 strikes. I mean, you moving parts, that's an understatement. He taps the glove. He's got that wild takeoff. elbows and kneecaps. There's a lot to try to pick up if you're trying to face this guy.
Yeah, and then you really, your reactionary time is not a whole lot anyhow because you're dealing with upper 90s.
Back to Jimenez, skate save and a beauty. It scores a run. Right off the shoe. And it's an RBI infield single for Phil Gosselin.
Yeah, Phil's got to feel good about that. Off the bat, it may end up being a double play ball and ends up being an RBI single. See where the defense is set up. Although he does run well, he'll probably be able to beat that one out, but a kick save, but not a beauty. Unless you're Phil Gosselin.
How many times have we said this today, Gooby? Despite the sizable scoreboard gap, I mean, the Angels are a homer away, and in this case, a grand slam away from making this a ball game.
Yep. They've had a lot of opportunities and a lot of traffic. Just waiting for that one swing. And it's been a while since Walsh has homered and hit an extra base hit. So maybe this is that time.
The date of the last homer, July 7th, when he hit 2 that afternoon against the Red Sox.
He's picked up 5 walks in this series. Also a base hit today.
42 at-bats for Jared without an extra base hit. He is due. He's also very good with the bases loaded, 6 for 12 this year. Easy take on the changeup, and it's 2-0.
Boy, don't you feel you have to be getting a fastball here with the bases loaded, 2-0?
Yes. And if you don't, there's something going wrong on the other end. And there's a fastball that misses.
And when you miss the pitch before by that far off the plate and you throw one about a baseball or so off the inside corner, it really not a good opportunity to look at the home plate umpire thinking that was a strike. You missed by a lot the pitch before, and that was even a ball.
And another easy take, a 4-pitch walk with the bases loaded, an RBI for Jared. 1 on, 1 off. The line keeps moving. And it's a 10-4 ball game.
Boy, Upton with his power, a chance to get to 1,000+ RBIs in his career.
Joe Jimenez comes out of the bullpen for Holland, and he gives up the infield single and then a 4-pitch bases loaded walk. And the Tigers have another reliever up in the bullpen. The Angels have Justin Upton, who is the owner of 8 career Major League Grand Slams. By the way, the Angels' biggest deficit overcome for a victory this year is 5 runs. At one point they trailed by 8 here today. Slider misses. 5 straight misses by Joe Jimenez. Got to make him throw you a strike here at some point.
Helped him out with a borderline slider. Went after.
A ball and a strike to count to Upton. Tried to get him to chum on that again, and this time Jay upheld back. It's 2 balls and a strike.
3 straight breaking balls with the bases loaded after walking in a run.
He missed with 3 straight fastballs, and then the 3 straight breaking balls. One he gets a chase with, and here we go on 2 balls and a strike. Missed with the heater again. He can't locate that at all here.
No, he's aiming his fastball. He's better off, even though you wouldn't think, throw a slider. He's better off throwing a slider. He's a better chance to throw that for a strike, in my opinion, than a fastball. So I think he's going to get a 3-1 slider.
Three balls and a strike to Upton. Missed ball 4, back-to-back bases loaded walks. 10-5 Tigers. And Joe Adell, who has already struck for a slam in this series, has an opportunity to do it again, but it looks like it's not going to be against Joe Jimenez. Let's flash you back to the series opener 2 nights ago. Joe's first career slam, part of a 6-run ninth. And Adell will have a bases-loaded opportunity here again just 48 hours later.
That was a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Jimenez is asking where some of those pitches were. They were not close. I think he might have threw him out of the game, even though he was going out of the game.
I do not understand what Joe Jimenez would have an issue with in terms of the strike zone, because Scooby, as you mentioned, those were easy takes. We were talking about borderline misses.
Yep.
Try to sort this out when we come back. Meanwhile, Kyle Funkhauser will inherit a mess, and the Angels are within 5. Group of relievers, because the situation at hand is such that the Angels have the tying run on the on-deck circle. Bases are still loaded, 3 runs in the inning, and with only 1 away, Kyle Funkhauser is out in relief to face Joe Adell, and he starts him with a strike.
Yeah, Funkhauser 93 to 97, also throws a lot of sliders and an occasional changeup.
We're still not quite sure what Joe Jimenez took issue with in regards to being ejected from the game, because he was, and we don't know if Jimenez had claimed he was trying to take time.
Get out of here, man.
I don't know that it can be a strike zone argument here, Gooby.
Yeah, there's no way. None of those pitches were close enough. Even though in the heat of battle you always feel you made a little bit better pitch, but all those were clearly out of the strike zone.
0-2 to Adell.
Hey, there is still plenty of baseball left. This is only the 6th inning. Base hit here or more by Joe Adell, you got yourself a game.
Less than 2 out runner at third. So what that does in terms of Funkhauser's comfort to throw a slider here remains to be seen. Fastball that's bounced to shortstop. Short to Castro. The one-hop throw isn't in time. Adele beats it out. Another run scores.
Boy, how fast does Joe Adele get down the line? If you ever thought of a tailor-made double play, but that speed, a close play. Good slide in there by Upton. Clearly beats it out. Good hustle for Joe Adele. Even though it's an out, another run scores.
Brandon Marsh will be the 9th Angel to hit in the inning. And they'll have an opportunity against a right-handed pitcher here. Runners at the corners. 4 runs in for the Angels in the top of the 6th. Marsh has tripled in a run and singled today. Changeup misses in the dirt.
And if there was a slider a lot more the right-handed batters, his changeup more so to left-handed batters.
Ten runs on 14 hits and an error for the Tigers. 6 runs on 9 hits, no errors committed by the Angels. And nobody has had any success pitching today. Walsh unable to advance on the ball that gets away from Scope. Jose Quintana started for the Angels. 6 runs on 7 hits in an inning and a third. Aaron Sleggers went 3 1/3, allowed 4 earned on 7 hits. Matt Manning walked 4 and allowed 5 hits in his start. Marsh sends it to center field, and that's going to get over Cameron. Walsh scores easily. Here comes Adele. Brandon Marsh's big day continues, and the Angels are somehow right back in this game.
And the kids are all right. Wow. Captain Caveman crushes it to center. It's our top tier play presented by Arco. Dead center field, driving in 2 with a double. Single, double, triple. Brandon Marsh. Sorry, triple on that one. I'm sorry, triple on that with 2 triples.
It's a 2-run ball game. And Max Stassi represents the tying run at the plate. My goodness. 18 runs on 24 hits in this game, and we're not even out of the 6th inning yet.
All of a sudden, the Lions and Rams game is broken out here today.
Oh, man. Yeah, well, the Rams are capable of this kind of scoring. I'm not sure about the Lions. You know, no offense. Ball and 2 strikes to count to Stassi. Come on, look at this.
Slightly different score than yesterday's game. Ooh, that was a good pitch to drive. And Stassi has good power. He's got 10 home runs. Slugging .477 coming into the game.
I think it's changed in both dugouts now in terms of which relievers are going to try to ride out the day. I mean, when this was an 8-run game and a laugher, you're thinking all the back of the bullpen guys are going to pitch, but that's not the case anymore. It's a 2-run affair. Halos bat around. They score 6 in the 6th to make it a 2-run game.
This question is for Carlos Pena. Carlos, for the record, where did your signature term, placata, come from?
Placata is just an expression my brothers and I used when we were kids. It means good, solid contact, usually resulting in a home run.
Placata.
So if you go deep, it means you just went placata.
The analyst of MLB Tonight, answering baseball's toughest questions. Only on MLB Network.
Placata.
I mean, this has turned into a wild one this afternoon. A 6-run top of the 6th inning for the Angels have put them within 2 runs of the lead here. This was a game that at one point the Tigers led 10-2, and it looked like they were just going to play out the string, and that the only thing left to watch was whether or not this guy got his 500th homer. So it turns out there's a whole lot more to watch this afternoon. Miguel Cabrera will lead off the bottom of the 6th inning. He's driven in 4 of the 10 runs for the Tigers today. Andrew Wantz continues on the mound, starts him with a high slider for a strike. Totally different MO for Cabrera today, Gooby. First pitch swinging all night yesterday. He's been in take mode in every at-bat first pitch today.
Yeah, he's just centering it on a spot where he feels he can lift in the air. He's had a couple productive at-bats, first 2 at-bats, with a single and a double. But he's looking now to try to lift something.
A ball and 2 strikes. Cabrera, Cameron, and Castro in the Tigers' half of inning number 6. We're almost 3 hours into this game in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2-2.
That's a pretty good run in action, just a little off the inside corner.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes.
A little late on a cutter. His power over the last number of seasons, which is tremendous power the other way. That's what it looks like he's trying to do. Hit the ball to right center.
Cabrera hits it to third. Gosselin can't find the handle on it. That'll be scored as an error to the Angels' third baseman, and Cabrera's aboard to start the inning.
Threw him a breaking ball towards the end of the bat. A little bit of a tough hop on Gosselin. He looked up to see how much time he had. Did not able to control the baseball though. See where it hits him right on the forearm. Tough hop. There's been a lot of traffic on that infield dirt for base runners. Looked like that was the case.
Here's Daz Cameron now. He has struck out, been hit by a pitch and driven in a run with a ground out. Cameron is the only Tiger without a base hit today. One and one.
Man, this is one of those times as a guy in the bullpen, you just got to think and get greedy. If I could put up a 0, I could pick up a W somehow in this game. The way the offense is responding, got right back into the game. You don't get many of those chances out of the bullpen, so this is your shot. You'll pick up a W if you could put up a 0 or 2.
I think folks would have stayed in the ballpark today regardless of Cabrera's home run chase. I mean, this has just turned into a wild day of offense. But they're certainly going to stick around considering the fact Cabrera will have at least one more plate appearance this afternoon.
And Shohei Ohtani will be coming up hitting second next inning. That alone gives you a reason to stick around even as a visiting player.
Full count, 3-2. Willie Castro's had a nice day with a homer. Homering in back-to-back games of the series. Full count to Daz Cameron. And he's caught looking at a called strike 3.
Was able to paint that fastball right on the outside corner. No doubt a strike.
So 1 out, 1 on now for the switch hitting Castro. Fastball top of the zone puts him in front 0-2. Zach Short waiting on deck for Detroit. He has homered today. Back up there again and gets a pop into foul territory for Goslin, and out number 2.
I really like that pitch to finish off a batter as quick as possible. You don't want to waste pitches. Run that in and get a pop up.
Zach Short's homer, his 6th of the year, came in his first at bat today. That was against Jose Quintana. It seems like it was a week ago. Short little slider starts him with a strike. Ball and a strike.
Well, he was quick on that first at bat against Quintana. Short showing some pretty good power. That went a long way.
Another breaking ball, and it's 1-2. You know, so much for the run of of great starts and bullpen work that the Angels were in the midst of. Try to keep that rolling today, just wasn't in the cards. But if you go back to Reed Detmer's last start on the 15th against Houston, and then the 1-and-out in New York, and the first 2 games here, Bundy and Ohtani, great starts and shutout baseball from the bullpen. 4 straight games that the bullpen did not yield a run. It's changed this afternoon, but a pretty good stretch over the last 4.
And you just
Warren, Quintana, and Iglesias started it in that Houston game.
And there we go. There you got a shot now.
Quickest inning on this side of the scorecard all afternoon. Still a 2-run game.
To the track, to the wall. He made the catch.
Catch your team.
Oh, what a play.
My team.
He leaps and makes the catch.
Every team.
As good as it gets.
Only on MLB Network.
Oh, my goodness.
That one's going to be replayed hundreds of times. Big fly, Ohtani-san! What a play in left. Gives them what they came to see.
Jim. Hey, Jim. You were known for your work ethic during your playing days. Now that you're an analyst at MLB Network, do you find that your days are easier?
Yo, Big Jim, you ready to do that hitting demo? Let's go, man.
Hey, Jim, here's a research packet for tonight's show. I'll see you on the set in 5.
Jim, why aren't you dressed? We're on in 2 minutes.
Maybe a little bit easier.
The analyst of MLB Tonight, answering baseball's toughest questions on MLB Network.
Finish off what would be a magnificent week as Jose Iglesias bounces it to second base, and it's a 1-pitch out against Kyle Funkhauser to start things in the 7th, and that'll bring up Shohei Ohtani.
Let's take a look at our play sense presented by Frontier with Shohei Ohtani coming to the dish with no one on, showing that speed going down the line. Down there at 3.5 seconds for another infield hit for Ohtani. Yeah, we know the power. We know the 99-mile-an-hour fastball, but the speed running the bases, phenomenal.
2 singles and a walk for Shohei today. Funkhauser starts him with the changeup that misses way outside. And how grateful are you now as a fan to see Michael Fulmer up in the bullpen? That, you know, when it was 8-2, 10-2, Joe Madden decided he'd keep Shohei in the lineup. I mean, granted, he's DHing, so it's an easier decision, but, you know, Joe could have decided to just get him off his feet entirely and pull him out of the ballgame.
Yeah, especially after that effort last night, going 8 innings, his career high as far as innings in a start. Staying away, change up off the plate, fastball in the outside corner, and then backdoor slider.
He's going to go out and get one of those here. Feel it, feeling it.
Like it. Well, he might need about, he might need to use a Willie Stargell type bat to be able to reach that one.
Yeah, 3 balls and a strike. Just feels like Funkhauser wants nothing to do with him here. David Fletcher waiting next. 1 out, bases empty, 10-8 Detroit. And there's ball 4.
Not even close. Another walk. 4 times on base for the man who went 8 innings on the mound last night.
We were talking about that Ken Griffey Jr. note last time Shohei was up there. Second fastest to 40 homers with 15 steals. He does it in game 122. Griffey did it in 117 games in 1998.
This feels like it's a potential stolen base time now for Ohtani.
Yeah, I'm back on board with you here.
Although Funkhauser pretty quick. He's only allowed 2 stolen bases in his career. 0 for 1 base stealers against him this year. 2 or 3 in his career. He's pretty quick to the plate with a decent move.
And you got a guy behind the plate, Dustin Garneau, who has a very good reputation as a catch and throw guy. He is a career 33% caught stealing guy. Better than league average over a 6-year span. A ball and no strikes to count to Fletch.
And again, we were thinking that with Casey Mize game 1 and Griner behind the plate, yet Shohei still has managed to steal his 18th stolen base of the year.
There he goes. And Fletch fouls it away.
I don't know how he's doing. I don't know how his legs aren't tired from pitching last night. 8 innings of this grinding.
Fletcher lines it to third, gobbled up by Candelario on a fine play.
That is a huge defensive play. That's down in the corner, probably scores Ohtani, and you have Fletch in scoring position with a tying run. Using all those hops, Candelario makes an excellent play on a line drive. Great swing by Fletch, turns on it. You can see how far Grossman was out in left center. That's a double, that's a run scored. Wow, what a defensive play.
So now Gosselin batting with 2 away and Ohtani still at first. Bunting.
By the way, going back to that play by Candelario, you got to believe if you're a third baseman, you're not anticipating Fletcher hitting many baseballs your way. He's hitting everything up the middle of the right field, so just to have that kind of reaction is outstanding.
That's a good point. Mike Myers up in the bullpen for the Angels. Oh, and 1 the count to Gosselin, who singled in a run as a part of that 6-run 6th, and that's when the Angels got right back into this game. By the way, the Angels franchise record, biggest deficit ever come from behind to win is 8, ironically against the Detroit Tigers. And it was in August of 1986, down 8. They were down 11-3 at one point and down 12-5 entering the 9th before an 8-run inning walked it off. It's a walk-off grand slam by Dick Schofield, capping off a 3-for-5 day. It's the number 9 hitter who was the hero. A ball and 2 strikes to Gosselin. And there's a base hit back up the middle.
Well, how big was that play now by Candelario at third base?
Well, in trailing by 7 or more runs, there have been a handful of comebacks in franchise history. Again, the biggest deficit ever overcome, 8, and that's what the Angels were at one time faced with today. And you can't write that irony. It was also against the Tigers. Coming up on the anniversary of that game.
Remember that 17 game against the Mariners? Cliff Pennington walked it off in that game.
Michael Fulmer will be the new Tigers pitcher when we come back.
No one covers the show like MLB Network.
Put a star by that one.
Turn on baseball's best with over 200 live games all season.
Oh my goodness!
Catch live look-ins every night on MLB Tonight.
Oh baby!
Plus breakdowns and highlights of your team, my team, every team.
And gone!
Bring home our national pastime all the time. Only on MLB Network.
Tigers feel from the Tommy John surgery that he had back in the spring of 2019. Has spent the better part of the last year and a half rebuilding his arm after that procedure. He's really been good of late. We saw him here in the opener of the series, a scoreless inning with 2 strikeouts on Tuesday, and he'll look to strand a pair with 2 away in the top of the 7th inning and try to hold Detroit's 2-run lead. Jared Walsh is the batter. He's driven in a run with a bases loaded walk, one of 2 walks for him today. Also a base hit for Jared this afternoon.
And Fulmer's fastball is 92-98. He'll throw a curveball, slider, and a split. Likes a splitter to left-handed batters. Walsh really good on all speed pitches.
Former first rounder and all-star in his first full season with the Tigers, famously traded by the Mets after being a first-round draft selection for Yoenis Cespedes. And again, a lot of time away after the Tommy John procedure that cost him all of 2019 and most of last year.
Boy, Shohei Ohtani's moving around a lot, and you have the third baseman Candelario well off the bag. You don't want to distract the hitter. You want Walsh to see a good pitch to drive here with 2-0 count.
Swing and a miss.
As a base runner at second with a chance right now with a guy with power, and Jared Walsh, you want to get to your lead and stay stationary. You don't want to be a distraction. You want him to see the pitch and be able to drive it. Sometimes as a hitter, you can see that movement and it's a distraction for you.
2 balls and a strike to Jared Walsh. It's in the dirt to make it 3-1. Justin Upton had a bases loaded plate appearance when he hit last in the 6th. And he is a ball away from getting another one here. Upton next, 3 balls and a strike to Walsh. That's into left center field. That's going to bring around Ohtani to make it a 1-run game.
Boy, Gosselin was really pressing the issue too. He was around third base. Nice game here for Jared Walsh, picking up an RBI, 2 hits, 2 walks. Just like that, you're 1 run away, and the tying run is 90 feet away. Wow, who would have thought this one early in the game was 10-2? Jay up a chance to get RBI number 1,001 potentially.
Upton without a base hit today. He has walked. He's been on base on catcher's interference, and he checks his swing. Second and third with 2 gone, a run in. It's a 10-9 game. His 2-run homer in the first started the scoring and gave Ohtani all he needed last night. And there's a shot well hit to third, but played by Candelario to retire the side. Oh man, that's J-Up's best contact of the game. And it's scored as a loud out. 1 in the Angels' 7th. They're up and stretching in Detroit. It's a 10-9 affair.
The show like MLB Network.
Put a star by that one.
Turn on baseball's best with over 200 live games all season.
Oh my goodness!
Catch live look-ins every night on MLB Tonight.
Oh baby!
Plus breakdowns and highlights of your team, my team, every team.
And gone!
Bring home our national pastime all the time. Only on MLB Network.
That you think will homer. If they go deep, you win cash. Go to the Bally Sports app or homerunblast.com to play. Again, you won't be able to pick a player in our game being broadcast today. You can pick a play later on or in a game the following day. You can play once per day. homerunblast.com. This one has been something of a blast to watch. Mike Myers, the latest to work out of the Angels bullpen, joining Aaron Slegers and Andrew Wantz, who worked in support of Jose Quintana. That a start that lasted only an inning and a third today. 8-9 in top of the order here for the Tigers. Victor Reyes 1 for 3 and 2 for 6 in the series. In the air for Fletcher in shallow right.
Well, man, even going back to that last inning, some good at bats and Walsh getting that, driving that run in, it gives Shohei Ohtani another at bat in this game. So if you can keep it that 1-run deficit, even if the Angels struggle to get some more base runners, Shohei Ohtani will still get another chance to swing the bat. It's amazing. Who would ever thought that we were thinking maybe that Joe would give him a little bit of a break after last night. It's like
Dustin
that.
Garneau, the batter.
It's like that, Matt. Chances. That's why you played his game and just kind of keep battling out there.
I mean, it was 10-2, and it felt like it was 30-2 at one point. And the Angels put together that 6-run 6th inning, and then they score again in the 7th. And all of a sudden, this is where we are, a 1-run game.
And Candelario, without those 2 great defensive plays, the Angels might be leading this game.
That's a great point. I didn't think this stat would be relevant today when it was 10-2. That the Angels have the best winning percentage in baseball in 1-run contests, 20-10. It's a .667 winning percentage, again the best in the league. Ball and 2 strikes to Garneau. Good slider made him chase and ground it to shortstop. That's Fletcher on the other side of the bag that makes the play.
Fletch is literally everywhere. I mean, he's played shortstop there. He plays right field. He plays center field.
With the shift being what it is, there has to be a better way to score a baseball game now. You write that down as a 4-3 ground out, but Fletch did not make the play at the second base position. Do you record that as 4-3 or 6-3?
Yeah, I put it down as 4-3, but yeah, I would have. It should be really 6-3. It's at the shortstop position. But Fletch really has to work on that arm every day as far as playing long toss like he's an outfielder, because a lot of his throws are like an outfielder.
0-1 the count to Robbie Grossman. How do you feel about more than 1 inning out of Mike Myers today? Is that the formula?
Yes.
Say he gets through Grossman here and executes what would be the Angels' first 1-2-3 inning of the game. He'd have Scope, Candelario, and Cabrera in the 8th, and that's really where the save situation comes, right? The toughest part of the lineup for the Tigers would bat in the 8th, not the 9th.
Yep. And there's a little bit of a hush in this stadium right now. They're thinking, boy, we came here, we're up 10-2, watching this, having fun to see when Miguel Cabrera would come up again. But wow, all of a sudden you're just 1 swing away potentially, and it's a tie game. And you got Joe Adell and Brandon Marsh coming up next inning.
Grossman swings and misses, a 1-2-3 inning, the first of the game for the Angels. Mike Myers shuts down the Tigers in the 7th.
Mike Trout, people know he's one of the greatest players this game's ever seen.
Meet Mike Trout.
Can run.
He's watching MLB Network.
He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
And he's also got tremendous show hair with his hat off.
This question is for Carlos Pena. Carlos, for the record, where did your signature term, placata, come from?
Placata is just an expression my brothers and I used when we were kids. It means good, solid contact, usually resulting in a home run.
Placata.
So if you go deep, it means you just went placata.
The analyst of MLB Tonight, answering baseball's toughest questions. Only on MLB Network.
Placata.
And if you ducked away when this was a 10-2 Tigers lead, surprise, surprise, 7 unanswered by the Angels. have made this a one-run game in the late stages of the series finale. And Michael Fulmer continues on the mound for Detroit. Joe Adell has certainly contributed to the comeback today. He has scored 2 of the 9 runs, driven in another.
Ooh, that's a good pitch to swing at there. So a couple sliders, hard sliders, 92, 93.
Adell, Marsh, and Stassi here for the Angels. The 1-2 pitch. Struck him out on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball with run. And again, for the benefit of those who might have missed how the Angels have come back in this one, let's pick it up in the 6th inning. This is when the Angels got their 6 runs. The first of them came on this comebacker from Phil Gosselin. And then Joe Adell beat out a ground ball. That could have been a double play. It scored a run instead and kept the line moving. Brandon Marsh sent a triple over the head of Daz Cameron for 2 more. And then in the 7th inning, an RBI double from Jared Walsh. And it's a 1-run game as we stand with 1 out in the 8th.
We've got the benefit of that changeup call, and Brandon Marsh is going, okay, that got the outside corner. 2 triples in the game.
Last player with 3 triples in a game, Yasiel Puig, when he was at the height of his powers back in 2007 or 14 rather.
Wow. 3
I
triples.
I see that dude's name and it makes me smile and chuckle. Man, was he entertaining. 1 and 2.
Now with 2 strikes to get back to that approach of just putting the ball in play that left side of the field, a lot of room.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about maybe the path to get to Iglesias and get to the 9th inning. I think a lot of it has to do with what happens here. If the Angels score a run or 2, maybe it changes the formula. We were thinking Mike Myers for 2 innings, but Austin Warren's the only guy up in the bullpen right now. It's not to say that Myers won't go back out there, but if the Angels don't score here, Gooby, does that make a difference for you? Would we see Warren?
I think, yeah, you're going to see Warren right the next inning. He's been very good in these big spots too, but Mike Myers has thrown the ball so well of late. Kind of makes you think that Joe would try to stretch him out maybe another inning.
He threw 27 pitches when he appeared in game 1 of the series on Tuesday, and that one misses in on Walsh. It's 3 and 2.
13 for his last 30, 433 batting average, an OPS of 1085 for Marsh.
Full count pitch on that fastball, fouls it away.
He's had a couple good swings in this at bat against Fulmer. Keep thinking he's going to try that split finger changeup against him. See if Marsh can make contact with it.
The next full count pitch. Fouled that one off. But Fulmer's got him in swing mode here.
Well, he has just missed 2 home runs so far in this series. So close.
Try it again. A 4th full count pitch on its way. The next 3-2, and he lost him on ball 4. Great plate appearance by Brandon Marsh, who draws a 1-out walk as the tying run here in the 8th.
That's his 12th walk of the season. Fulmer's allowed 2 stolen bases in 2 attempts. Go back to last year, 5 straight base stealers have been successful against a 14 of 21 in his career.
Max Stassi has a single and an RBI on his line today. 1 out, 1 on for Max. And Fulmer misses off the corner.
One of those times you love to see Max Stassi just hit a rocket to right center and see how fast Brandon Marsh can run around the bases.
The Angels as close to the Tigers in terms of a lead as they were when they came back to tie it at 2 apiece in the top of the 2nd inning. A one-time 8-run deficit today. Two balls and no strikes to Stassi. 2-1 now.
Well, you're looking for a pitch to do damage. That was a pretty good pitch to do some damage if you're Max Stassi.
Three and 1. Number 9 hitter Jose Iglesias waiting on deck, and then Ohtani in the hold. Shohei's going to have 6 plate appearances today. Here's a 3-1 home to Stassi. Swing and a drive into left field. That one's got a chance. It's going to go. Homer for Stassi. And the Halos have come all the way back. Santa Maria.
Maximus entertaining us with his 11th home run of the season. A 2-run shot. Yo, 11 for the Halos. 11-0 now. 11-10 over the Tigers. Wow, what a shot. Finally got that pitch to drive, and he crushed it. Maximus.
And that is a shell-shocked home dugout.
95 brought his hands in. We saw that type of swing with Justin Upton. Same thing with Stassi. Brings his hands in. He lines that one out. Wow. Shocked.
Max's first homer since August 1st. And the Angels have come back to score 9 unanswered runs to grab their first lead of the day.
Wow.
Fulmer spikes that one. Looked like he slipped.
What a feeling that just broke that stretch where he was 0 for 13, gets a hit. Now a 2-run home run. Max Stassi.
Iglesias swats a ball into left field. He's on his way into second. Grossman gets it in quickly. The throw into second base is not in time. The 2-run homer followed by a double.
Imagine it's a walk now for Shohei Ohtani with an open base. What a swing. Brought his hands up on that one. How quick that was for Iglesias. 21st double. The hustle double.
I mean, what a wild turn of events. You got to be kidding me. This was a 10-2 game, and it was almost, as the great Chick Hearn used to say, in the fridge. With the eggs cooled and the butter getting hard, as Chick used to say for many years. So now it's Ohtani, runner at second, and Gooby, to your point, it's a no-brainer situation to walk him here. Only one gone, and the opportunity is going to fall to Fletch and Goslin here.
Wow, they're going to pitch to him.
Is this one of those false hustle things where you see if he's going to bite on something and then walk him?
Shohei was not going to allow that to happen. That was a fastball, a little cutter off the plate, and he swung at that. He was not going to allow that anything to go away from without making a pass at it.
I'm surprised he swung. Oh, 0-1 to Ohtani. Yeah, he's not going to see a strike.
That's one of those things that's always kind of, I made me scratch my head as a pitcher. You're telling them don't give him anything to hit. Well, that's your job every time you take the mound, for one. And then you're forcing them to have a negative thought as trying to pitch around them. That's when you make a mistake over the heart of the plate. Just take that out of the equation. Just walk him at that point. I mean, Shohei has shown this season more than at any point. He's very patient. He makes you throw strikes. Even though he was a little aggressive on the first pitch, usually very, very patient.
Oh, man. Well, now, I don't know. Maybe he's baiting him into a 2-strike count to think he'll get a strike to swing at, because he hasn't had one here.
Yeah, that's four-seam fastball well off the plate, but a stolen base. Now this 90 feet away from adding on here. Now you're just looking for contact if you're Shohei. Infield in. Contact need to be made. I don't think this is going to be a strike.
Oh, he got something in the zone for the first time in the plate appearance.
And that was his spot.
I mean, am I giving him too much credit here, Gooby? You tell me if I'm being a clown. Did he bait him into a 2-strike count just so Fulmer thought, all right, now I got him at 2 strikes, I'm going to actually give him something to hit?
We can never doubt anything with Shohei Ohtani, and you might be right, because he's looking for something now in the zone. That was a nasty pitch. Wow.
Those 2 balls he swung at were a 1.5 foot inside.
Not even close, and he's been patient.
It's a fascinating cat and mouse game. Fletcher next, runner at third after the stolen base. 1 gone. Angels grabbing their first lead of the afternoon on the Stassi homer. Full count to Ohtani.
I'm still shocked that they've gone after him here.
If I'm the Tigers, if I'm Fulmer, I'm still not going to give in. I don't care if I'm back in a 2-strike count or not.
Yeah, you're going to try to get him to swing it at 9-strike. If you throw him a strike, you've made a mistake on the mound. Because even if you walk him, you still have a double play set up.
Gave him another strike, pretty good strike on the inside corner. A fly ball into center. Iglesias will tag. He'll score. They choose to pitch to Ohtani, kind of. And it bites him. The sac fly to make it a 2-run game.
That is surprising, Matt, that he went after him. I know he didn't necessarily crush him, but he got the job done. He got that add-on run. Great base running that entire at-bat and inning for Iglesias. He gets a hustle double, steals a bag, and scores on a shallow fly to center field. So credit Jose Iglesias for that run with his wheels.
Well, I would love to know what the intent was there on the Tigers' behalf, right? I'd love to know if he really thought he was going to get him when it got to 2 strikes. It works out for the Angels as the sac fly pads the lead. A pitching change, and we'll be right back.
push it down the third base line, and end up at first base.
Relax and watch High Heat with Christopher Russo, only on MLB Network.
I love the Boys and Girls Clubs because they help you believe that you can make it to the big leagues.
Big leagues of what? Law. Art. Construction. Baseball.
How'd you guess?
For 25 years, Major League Baseball has partnered with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America to help kids make it to the big leagues of anything.
Biggest comeback ever was an 8-run deficit that they came back from in August of '86 against the Tigers, and this was the game winner, a walk-off grand slam by Dick Schofield, as Al Connon used to call him on Angels radio back in the '80s. And the Halos had a thrilling come from behind, snatch him back 13-12 that day. And here they are, having been faced with an 8-run deficit this afternoon against the same team, albeit this time on the road. And they've come back to earn a 12-10 lead.
Well, Matt, we had a lot of unbelievables, wow moments last night, but this game today, at this point, is incredible. Being down 10-2, and now lead 12-10.
Go to a left-handed reliever in Ian Kroll for David Fletcher, who pops into shallow right. Castro runs it down. And that puts an end to the inning. Not before plenty of Halo damage. 3 big runs, including the homer by Stassi, and the Angels lead it by 2.
About 10 unanswered runs by your Halos. They lead at 12-10. Join us here in the post-game show. Jose Mota, he gave me an espresso. I am fired up and ready to go. Mark Gubicza might join us. He might go down 3 flights of stairs if we're lucky. We're going to talk about the kids, Adele, Marsh, of course, Stassi's big home run. Ohtani having another day. Let's make it happen. 12-10, bottom of the 8th. Matty V, back to you.
Oh, Kent, you guys are going to have a lot to chew on today with a couple of outs, a couple of innings rather remaining, and the Angels perhaps in the midst of a historic come-from-behind effort here in Detroit. Austin Warren will be the first of maybe another out of the bullpen, as he's going to get a first pitch out here.
Boy, that is
Jonathan
huge
Scope.
to get a quick out like that. Huge.
Warren pitched in the opener on Tuesday, went an inning and a third. He was unscored upon despite allowing 3 hits. He did strike out a batter and walked another. 1 pitch, 1 out, and Jeimer Candelario faces him. He's had a big afternoon with a homer and 2 runs batted in. Inside corner for a strike, 1-1. 12 runs on 14 hits and error for the Angels. 10 runs on 14 hits and error for the Tigers.
Boy, nice.
And it's a ball and 2 strikes.
Nice changeup. Warren doesn't throw a ton of them. Slider, cutter. Good fastball also.
In the air out to left center. Upton calling off Marsh for round number 2. Well, here we go again with Miguel Cabrera. Each plate appearance in the series has been met with a standing ovation, and then kind of an odd hold your breath silence between pitches. Been very productive today. 4 RBIs on a couple of hits. And folks here are hoping for one last chance for him to get 500 at home. Instead, it's a ground ball to second and a very quick 1-2-3 inning for Austin Warren, and the milestone will have to wait. Still a 2-run lead for the Angels.
I'm Lorenzo Cain, and you can catch me robbing home runs on MLB Tonight.
I'm Bill Ripken, and you can catch me talking about those robbed home runs on MLB Tonight.
MLB Tonight, where baseball's best players are side by side with TV's best baseball analysts.
Mike Trout, people know he's one of the greatest players this game's ever seen.
Meet Mike Trout.
Can run.
He's watching MLB Network.
He's one of the nicest people you're ever going to meet.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
And he's also got tremendous show hair with his hat off.
And here's today's Hyundai key for the game today. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Well, they were nice early on, allowing the Tigers to get a 10-2 lead, but no more Mr. Nice Guy. Now the Angels lead 12-10.
And Ian Kroll continuing on the mound for the Tigers. Phil Gosselin, the first to face him. Gosselin, Walsh, and Upton. Phil's got hits in each of his last 2 plate appearances. Here's a ball hit well out to left field. Grossman will watch this one go.
Wow, the goose.
What a finish to the day for Gosselin.
The goose had a base hit up the middle off the pitcher's foot. And then another hit, now a home run. The goose is loose.
13-10 Angels.
Boy, brought the hands up and crushed that out. How strong he is. Joe Madden says often how quick and how strong he is with his swing. We know how well he runs. That's a huge add-on run. And the Rams with the field goal, taking the lead.
Strike to Jared Walsh. "11 unanswered runs by the Angels." We're in the process of trying to determine what the biggest come from behind win in baseball has been this season. We've already established that if the Angels hang on, this will match their biggest ever in franchise history. Kroll tried to barehand that feed, ends up tripping Walsh, and Jarrett's safe at the bag.
Tried to barehand it, look for the bag, unable to control it.
Justin Upton now. "15 hits for the Angels now this afternoon. 12 runs matches a season high. "23 combined runs on 30 combined hits." Ball and 2 strikes. The 8-run comeback by the Angels today not only ties their franchise record, it ties the high for any game this year. The Nationals had an 8-run lead against the Padres earlier this season in San Diego, and the Pods came all the way back on that one. The Gosselin homer one more time. And it's a ball and 2 strikes on Justin Upton.
We just felt the hush in the stands when the Angels scored 6th in the 6th. Even though you're up, you think, okay, it's a comfortable lead. You're up 10-2, and all of a sudden it was 10-8. You could just feel that all of a sudden that the Tigers and their fans were not comfortable at all. And then the Angels coming right back and score 5 more since that point. Now have a 3-run lead.
And a swing and a miss by Upton for out number 1. I mean, wouldn't you think that, you know, after the 11 unanswered and then Cabrera's last plate appearance, and that's probably going to be his last one of the game, at that point, aren't you getting back in the car and heading back to Dearborn or wherever?
Yes.
I mean, I'm out at that point. I'm out. I'm going to Greektown. I'm going to have a hero and a glass of ouzo, and I'm going to forget this ever happened if I'm a Tigers fan. 0-1 the count to Joe Adell. Joe singled in a run in the 6th. He has scored twice. And 2 to Adell. Brandon Marsh waiting on deck. This 6-7 part of the order for Joe Maddon today. The rookie combination has been very productive, scoring 4 runs. Marsh has had a wonderful afternoon with a pair of triples, and Adell rolls over a ground ball. That's not in time to get them both.
Boy, he'd get down that line. And even though you're frustrated, you didn't get the pitch you wanted to drive, you still hustle to give Marsh a chance to swing the bat in this inning.
So we're keeping an eye on the Angels bullpen here. Interesting because it's a 3-run lead, right? Still technically a save situation. But no Raisel Iglesias up. We'll figure out who's going to try to close it down sooner rather than later as we're headed to the bottom of the 9th. Angels 3 outs away from a magnificent road comeback.
Push it down the third base line and end up at first base.
Relax and watch High Heat with Christopher Russo, only on MLB Network.
How the Angels got here with all the moves they made. They have
Meet Justin Upton. He's watching MLB Network.
Again, the lineup got deeper.
Because that's what baseball fans do.
They're deep. They're deep.
The Angels, who were faced with a 10-2 deficit, kicked it into gear in a 6-run 6th, single runs in the 7th and 9th, a 3-run 8th inning, and they are 3 outs away from matching the biggest comeback win in franchise history. So Juan Lagares has just ended the ball game in left field. That's in place of Justin Upton. And Austin Warren, who worked very efficiently through the 8th to get through the Tigers in order, is being given an opportunity to at least start the 9th inning. Steve Cishek and Junior Guerra are both up in the bullpen behind him if needed. And it's a ball and a strike to Daz Cameron.
That's a nasty sinker. Some movement out of the strike zone, got a chase.
Warren took care of Scope, Candelario, and Cabrera quickly. Cameron sends a fly ball to right. He'll do the same thing with the leadoff hitter in the 9th. And with 1 gone, how about a quick word from the Home Depot?
Join Pro Extra to save time, save money, and get rewarded. Heavy hitters score with the Home Depot's Built for Pros loyalty program.
Willie Castro, the batter now for Detroit. He has homered in back-to-back games in the series. I'll tell you how big those insurance runs have been in this game. You know, it was one thing. Stassi hits the homer, and he delivers an 11-10 lead. But then the Angels get one more on the Ohtani sac fly in the 8th, and then the homer by Gosselin in the 9th. It just kind of gives you that peaceful, easy feeling that a 3-run lead is going to be okay here.
Yeah, because of 1 or 2, you think, okay, if 1, you can do some things as a manager. 2, if you get a guy on base, and then 1 swing of the bat, you're tied up. But 3, you're going to force your opponent to have some quality long at-bats to get back.
Ken French is standing by with Angels Live. Jose's getting ready to interview one of the performers of the game, and you can take your pick. Oh, this is... You're going to have to give out multiple game balls on a day like this, Gooby.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Angels baseball. That's what you give it to, because that's an incredible comeback. Get some good arms out of the bullpen to keep it close, but great at bats 1 through 9. Everyone coming through.
And a swing and a miss. The Tigers are down to their final out today.
Really just shocking. Down 10-2 after all that energy the night before. You win 3-1 with Shohei in an insurance home run late in his 8 innings of performance out of the mound. Superb performance, and then to come back like this, remarkable.
Zach Short has homered today, part of a 1-for-4 game for him. He's the last chance for Detroit. And Warren comes right after him with a fastball swung through. This would be the first career save for Austin Warren. The Angels did not have a 1-2-3 pitching inning until the 7th, when Mike Myers came out and got through Reyes, Garneau, and Grossman. But if Warren can finish here, they will end the game by retiring the final 9 Tigers that they faced. A combination of Myers and Warren, the back of the bullpen. One-two.
Wow.
And a historic comeback on the road for the Angels is sealed up. A 10-2 mid-game deficit overcome, and a 13-10 win is posted to finish off the season series with the Tigers, sweep the 3 here at Comerica, and set the Angels on the tonight on a very happy flight.
Incredible. Captain Caveman, 2 triples in the game. Max Stassi, Jared Walsh, a big game. Shohei Ohtani doing his thing. Iglesias doing his thing. What a game. What a comeback. Remarkable. 11 unanswered runs. 11 to come back. 13-10. Now over 500, the Halos at 62 and 61. I'm shocked. Shocked at that one, man. Unbelievable.
It was a 10-2 deficit in the 6th inning, and this is where the fun began for the Angels. Phil Gosselin sent a comebacker up the box that scored a run. Joe Adell drove in a run by beating out a double play ball. That kept the line moving. And then Brandon Marsh struck for his 2nd of 2 RBI triples. This one drove in a pair. Let's take it to the 7th. And that's when Jared Walsh drove in a run with an RBI double. This came with 2 away. And there would be more in the 8th for the Angels. Stassi's homer, a 2-run shot, flipped it and gave the Halos their first lead of the game. An insurance run on an Ohtani sac fly, and then a Gosselin homer in the 9th would wrap it up. As we mentioned, many choices for player of the game, and Jose Mota standing by with one of them.
Thanks, Matty. Brandon, congratulations. Outstanding comeback. For you as a young player, how thrilling is it to be part of this comeback, considering your team was down 10-2 at one point?
Oh, it was awesome, man. We had our backs against the wall, and we put together a couple of good at-bats as a team, and we just kept feeding off each other, and it was very fun to be a part of this today.
Hey, what comes to mind for you when you consider how close you've come to hitting that first big league homer?
I'm not really too worried about it. As long as the team gets the W, whatever happens, happens. 0 for 4, 4 for 4, homer, not homer. We'll just keep this thing going.
And lastly, the adjustments that you have made now under Jeremy Reed, Sorrento, and John Maley on your hands and your approach, because the ball really is coming out nicely off your bat.
Sorry, what was the question?
Meaning the adjustments you have made, with your hands, your approach, considering the input you're getting from Jeremy Reed, Sorrento, and John Maley, what have those been?
Nothing too much. It's just more of the mental side of it and the approach going into the at-bat. Just sticking to the plan that I want to stick to and adjusting off that mid-at-bat. And, it worked out today, so very thankful.
Thank you very much. Congrats. Have a safe trip.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all. Have a great one.
Thanks to Brandon Marsh and the Angels for the thrills here today, 13-10. They come from behind. How about Ken French, Gooby, and yours truly, all looking deeper into this with Angels Live coming right up.